Live, all right, perfect. Oh, somebody's echoing. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Township of Georgian Bay Council meeting for Monday, June 5th, 2023. And I'd like to, as usual, begin with a land acknowledgement, because in the spirit of reconciliation, we wish to acknowledge the enduring relationship between Indigenous peoples and the territories they traditionally occupied. We recognize and deeply appreciate the historic connection they have to this place. The land, the water, the sky, and all that live on, in, and above it. We are grateful for the opportunity to meet here, and we thank all the generations of Indigenous peoples who have taken care of this place and who continue to care for it. And we want to show our respect. Hundreds of years after the first treaties were signed, they remain relevant today. May they guide our decisions and our actions. We commit to learn, to educate, to honor sacred places, and to take action towards real truth and reconciliation. Which Council, any declarations of pecuniary interest or conflict of interest or anything else you think we should know before we go any further? Not seeing any. We're going to go then to our first item on the agenda, a deputation from Dr. Pat Chow-Fraser with regards to her 2022 water quality report. And with that, Dr. Chow-Fraser, I'll hand it over to you, please.
Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity to present my results. And again, this is results of 3 years of monitoring water quality for recreational use in the nearshore waters of Eastern Georgian Bay. And my co-author on this is my master's student, Jackie Vinden. Just quickly let you know about this, the objective of this study was to bring together a comprehensive assessment of all the data that had been collected. The only comprehensive study that had been conducted prior to ours of the entire region was by Schaefer and Schaefer. And since then, when it ended in 2009, there have been also increased recreational use and more development. The water levels have also changed almost a meter or more between 2009 and 2020. And since water level is shown to affect the nutrient concentrations in wetlands, we knew that this could be a factor in the nearshore waters. So our objective is to resample the sites within the Township of Georgian Bay that's been monitored between 2001 and 2009 for both total phosphorus and E. coli. And Schaefer and Schaefer sampled over 100 sites, and the parameter that they sampled for fecal indicator was E. coli, Escherichia coli, which I would just refer to as EC for simplicity. And they sampled usually between June to September at least 5 times per site. The background was less than 10 colony forming units, or CFU, per 100 mils of water. The TP, which is the total phosphorus, was sampled once in early to mid-September, and the background levels of that was less than 10 micrograms per liter. So we had sampled between around 60 historic sites and 20 new sites between 2020 and 2022. And we chose these sites in conjunction with consultations with members of the council. And both the EC and the TP were sampled June to September, at least on monthly intervals in 2021 and 22. It was only sampled once in 2020. And the reason for that was because the council at that time in 2020 had asked us to use another indicator, which was called enterococcus, fecal enterococcus. And so we only had one opportunity to sample for E. coli. So we collected duplicate samples. We also measured water turbidity. We also used the Aquatrol, which measures temperature and conductivity and dissolved oxygen and so on. The way that it differs from Schaefer and Schaefer is that we used the Tecta B16, which is an automated analyzer, which takes all the samples and will, in a standardized way and a standardized temperature, determine the number of colonies of forming units. So it's very different from what the Coley plate methods that was used by Schaefer and Schaefer. So we also use the molybdenum blue method, which is the sort of standard for everyone for measuring total phosphorus. Now in Jackie's chapters, which you have a copy, I sent you a copy of that. We looked at regional drivers of water quality impairment. And this is where most of the data comes in. And as well, we looked at the different factors, environmental factors that led to these site-to-site variations. And the second chapter is a novel way to track nutrient status in nearshore recreational waters. And it's a pilot study that we conducted with Perry Plate. And I'll just very briefly talk about that. So it'll be mostly the chapter 1, which is to determine the long-term goals in EC and TP, identify current areas of concern for EC and TP that is higher above background levels, understand potential factors that influences the regional variation. Okay, so water quality guidelines have changed somewhat. E. coli now goes with the beach action value as of 2022 by Health Canada. And it states that simply on any occasion that you measure more than 235 colony forming units, it requires action. Then for Georgian Bay, however, we continue to have this 10 CFU as a background and 10 micrograms per liter as for TP. For total P, for aesthetic deterioration, it should not go above 10. And to avoid nuisance blooms, we should not go above 20. So as I mentioned that we use the Tecta, whereas the volunteers in Schaefer and Schaefer used these Coley plates. So what we found was that rain inflates both TP and EC values. So in order to look at long-term changes, we had to standardize the data by only using fair weather data. We found that there were no monthly differences between mid-June and early September. So we were able to use data from day 170, which is roughly the third week of June, to about the first week of September, which is day 250. We also found a significant relationship between Tecta and Coley plate. And so we had to use the Tecta values and this relationship to correct for the Coley plates. And just very briefly, the Coley plates were underestimates of what the Tecta values were measured. So there were 5 regions that were sampled by Schaefer and Schaefer that included 12 Mile, Wawatesi, Go Home, Cognisheen, Honey Harbor. We added a 6th one, which is Oak Bay, which had not been sampled by Schaefer and Schaefer. So everything that was measured from 2005 to roughly 2012 or so, which is what I'm referring to as period 1, relatively low water levels compared to period 2, which is when we started to sample at 2020 to 2022. And so this just shows you across all the sites, the percentage of the sites that had less than 10 in period 1. And you can see that in period 2, uniformly, we had very, very low numbers. So 81% were less than 10. there were between 10 and 25, we had 8%, 25 to 50 in period 2, we had only 6%. And these are much lower than what we saw in period 1. Also, when we're looking at the BAV or the value, the so-called beach action value, which is deemed to be a problem for swimming, the Musquash Channel, Brandeis Island, North Picnic Island, and Monument Channel all turned out to be problematic in the historic period 1, whereas in period 2, there were really only 2 sites that went up that high, and that was in Freddy's Channel and Bloody Bay. So TP, only 2 sites met the criterion for inclusion in the study. There was only Cow Island in Honey Harbor and Inner North Bay. Cow Island had over 10, which is 14.3 here. In the North Bay, there was 12.6. So in general, there was a decrease in EC from the historic to the current period. And this possibly could be due to dilution associated with the higher water levels, as we had seen for wetlands. In terms of the areas that we found to be what we would now call hotspots, there are those areas that are consistently higher than background. You can see them highlighted here for E. coli, that's Bloody Bay and Oak Bay. There are some areas that had greater than 100, which I mentioned before in the Honey Harbor region. But for the most part here in 12 Mile, Wauwatosa, Go Home, they are less than 10. In terms of total phosphorus, we can see that Bloody Bay still had high phosphorus. Sand Run had high phosphorus. And then we had a number of sites that had higher than 10 and less than 20, all indicated by these triangles, yellow triangles. And then in particular, we had Oak Bay, which had really, really high values, greater than 50. So these are just showing you, highlighting these problem areas that I just mentioned. So in conclusion, on a regional basis, Honey Harbor and Oak Bay have higher pollutant values. So now what I'm going to do is looking at across the 6 different regions. And then we had focal areas within each of those, which basically meant that the areas could be grouped together so that we could basically say that within each region, there was a certain number of focal areas. And what I'm doing here is that on a regional basis, the mean EC, as you can see here, the highest was in the Honey Harbor with 82.6. The percent exceeding the Georgian Bay water quality, 75% in Oak Bay, 35% in Honey Harbor, and then 14% in Cognisheen. Bohome Bay was none, which was good, and then the 12 Mile Bay was 50%. In terms of the number of sites above the beach action value, and so these are what would be worthwhile to do microbial source tracking, would be these sites that I mentioned here, Brandy's Cove. In Cognisheen, there was only one, the center of Freddy's Channel, and then this one in Bloody Bay. The number of sites with mean EC densities that are greater than 50, these are also sites that you can see here. It's important to note that the marina and the boat ramp have this sort of colors. This Brandeis Cove and North Picnic Island marinas, and then the wetlands are in green here, North Bay wetland, and then all the sites that have modified land uses, so human activities and buildings and so on, are all the ones that are in purple. So you can see that human activities have a large bearing on whether or not a site has higher than background values. When we're looking at TP, we find somewhat different, but still problem areas have been highlighted in Oak Bay and in Honey Harbor. But again, we have sites with boat and marina ramps and modified land coming out as being problematic. So in order to understand the potential factors influencing the regional variation, we looked at different environmental variables like cottage density, dock density, road density, percentage of modified land, commercialized areas, and so on. And the reason why we're looking at road density and modified land uses is because they have impervious surfaces that reduce filtering and slowing down of the runoff. And because of this, greater volume and rate of runoff will enter the sites. So illustrated here is if you have a natural land with pervious surfaces, a lot of that rain that comes down will get filtered through the land. And you would end up having lower runoff from the surface. But when you have impervious surfaces, that's when you actually end up having higher runoff. And so more roads allow for greater accessibility, development, and cottage use. And this can also increase stress on the septic systems, as shown on this. So we took data for the 13 regions and including all of the focal regions. The focal regions are within each of these 12-mile bay sites. And we then ran a number of analyses to just look at correlations. So we looked at cottage densities that were deemed to be low were in the 12-mile bay area, Go Home Bay area and the Wawatezi area. Cottage densities that were high, but also had road densities that were high in modified areas were in the south, Honey Harbor and Oak Bay. So we have to use a non-parametric test with this because the data do not conform to parametric testing. And what you see here are the variables that are associated that correspond significantly with mean EC. So road density, as road density increases, the mean EC increase. As road density and the proportion of modified land increase, so does the TP. And these are the significant values. So in conclusion, EC and TP significantly and positively correlated with the road density and the proportion of modified land. So well, our recommendation is that there should be continued sampling for EC and TP in the focus area and focusing in on areas in Honey Harbor and Oak Bay and those higher regions that we mentioned in 12-mile bay and in Cognishine. Conduct microbial source tracking to determine the origin of the E. coli. In this case, E. coli can come from wildlife, animals, as well as humans. So in order to get an idea of where the source of this is from, we need to have values at least as high as 300 to 400 CFU per 100 mils. So we need to do this by strategically sampling during and after storm events. And in the areas that we have already identified as being hotspots. And in terms of what we recommend for policy, I think we should limit or reduce the development of new roads along the shoreline and try to naturalize existing shoreline. And that septic systems are maintained and functioning properly. I don't know if I have time to go through the periphytometer. Would the council like to hear about that or for me to just answer questions?
I think there's general interest. I'll encourage you to go as quickly as possible, reasonably possible. But please.
Right. Okay, I will. So the goal of this is to test a new method to use as a bioassay. And this is what we're referring to as the periphytometer. Basically, it's a 3D printed holder that you can insert slides, glass slides, and you put it in locations around the bay, and it will collect algae that's growing on a substrate. As long as there's nutrients in the water, algae will grow, and it should grow in a corresponding way to the amount of nutrients that's at that site. This is cost effective, and it can be used for volunteer monitoring in the future. So this is one of the wooden pilot frames that we use. We've now changed it to modular frames with PVC tubing. But basically what happens is you see a slide that grows algae for a standardized period of time. We can then extract that in acetone, and you can see the different coloration depending on the amount of algae that's there. So during the 2022, we placed them in 5 sites for 14, or actually, I think 19 days to be on the long side. So we had a wetland, a dock, a shore, a lot, and some of the main channel and around a marina. And so the data that I'm showing you are corresponding data for these channel, the marina, the shoreline, the dock, and the wetland. And you can see that total phosphorus here, if you measure the total phosphorus, there's no significant difference at all. And that's just looking at the nutrients that you would measure at the time that you're sampling for for these periphyton. The planktonic algae, there is a difference in that the channel and marina were higher than the dock and the wetland. But you can see that there are significant differences when you look at the paraphytic algae. You can see that clearly in the channel and the marina, you had significantly higher than the shoreline, dock, and the wetland. So I think paraphytic algae is accumulating due to the presence of nutrients over time, rather than when you're looking at just taking a grab sample of TP or planktonic chlorophyll, which just shows you an instantaneous time. The TP in wetlands are higher usually than in the normal water, because wetlands do accumulate more phosphorus there, but it's mostly taken up by macrophytes rather than by algae. So we should develop and test a novel method this year. This is what we're planning to do. We're trying to test this out with volunteers during the month of August with about 15 sites. And I've been working with Kaylee at the Township office to make that happen. So EC and TP concentrations have generally decreased over time. Honey Harbor and Oak Bay are problem areas. EC and TP are positively correlated with road density and proportion of modified land. And the periphytometers may be a useful tool to track changes in nearshore water quality. And that is the acknowledgement for logistical assistance and funding. And I can answer any questions.
Well, thank you very much. A very thorough report. And I'm now going to turn to council and see if there's any questions. Councillor Cooper, we'll start with you, please.
Thank you very much, Pat. Excellent report. I just wanted to say that this is really quite remarkable, the level of science that's used and the equipment that you're using today compared to even 10 plus years ago when Dr. Chow-Fraser Schaefer was doing the work, and he was doing pretty wonderful work over a long period of time. I happen to have his report with me today. It's a fantastic report, but it's evolved, is what I'm hearing. Is that correct?
Yes, it has. Yeah. We base it off of the sites that he chose, and definitely moved forward and expanded on that.
Great. So I just wanted to sort of the highlights that I sort of hear from this is that I think you sort of indicated that, especially if you look at sort of 20 to 2022, there was not as much not as many problems found as had been found in the past, is sort of what I'm getting. And I understood from that period, it partly was due to the high water and probably some sort of, I guess, dilution. And I see you nodding your head, so thank you. But also dry weather, as I understand it, during that period. So if there's not a lot of rainfall in certain periods when you're doing the testing, you don't get the runoff and the water being impacted. Is that all correct as well?
Yeah, when we're collecting the samples, right? It will affect the phosphorus because the phosphorus will still come through, you know, from the land, and we will still get residual concentrations. But in terms of the E. coli, it's very important that when we sample them, it has to be high at that time, and then it gets diluted, right? So after the fact, we won't be able to measure it.
Right. So one of the things I've heard is that, as I understand it, you're going to be fairly vigilant. For example, when it's rained, if you've had heavy rainfall, your team is going to swarm out onto the bay, so to speak, in the testing areas, and where you think there are some red flags, for example, in Oak Bay or Honey Harbor. And
That's right.
and that may prove to be very beneficial to find out if we have legitimate problems, not just you know, what has been reported in the past on occasion that it was all due to Canada geese was the problem and nothing else. So I'm quite excited about that, and just wanted to highlight that. I had a couple of quick things that I'd like to say. Overall, unbelievably high level of testing in today's terms versus the past. I also wanted to highlight that we get incredible value, because really what we're paying here to your organization and the Georgian Bay Great Lakes Foundation is expenses, but not salaries. And so if this was to go to a private firm, it would be well, significantly greater, probably 3 or 4 times greater. So I wanted to highlight that. The final thing is that you've highlighted very much Honey Harbor and Oak Bay as sort of a red flag area, so I'll call it that. But there are some 2 or 3 other places that I think I'm sure you've got on your radar, but from the past, there was a problem for a while in Monument Channel, as I recall, and which at some point in the testing period this summer, I hope that's going to continue to sort of monitor the Monument Channel, but also places like Longuissa and Browns Bay. They're more or less in the same area, Longuissa Bay and Browns Bay, and then Good Harbor a little further south. So those are other areas that I think, you know, should be on your radar, and I'm assuming they still will be. Is that correct?
So in order to sample for the rain events primarily, we will have some opportunity during the rest of the time to go up to some of these sites. So we have to work together with Mary, and we've been talking about that. It won't be as frequent as what we've been doing, you know, 5 or 6 times over the season, but we will still, if we can, it would be best if we could get a volunteer who lives there to collect the samples, and then we could even meet them on the road, you know, to transfer the samples. But, you know, just to get us up there will take us an hour in our small boat. So we have no limitation to the capacity to measure these. And they only cost about $10 or $12 per sample. So it's not really a huge expenditure, but it's the amount of time and effort to get to that site.
Okay, well, thank you for that. And I'm going to speak with my fellow councillor Jarvis and see if we can identify some wonderful volunteers. So anyway, thanks for the report. It was terrific.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Graziano, please.
Thank you, Worship. Dr. Fraser, or Fraser, excuse me, it's a pleasure to finally meet you. It's great to see you on camera today. I have a question with regards to same site sampling. Is there a reason why we have historically sampled the same sites versus perhaps moving around and checking different locations?
Well, if you sample the same site, then it becomes what we call a sentinel site. So it's like comparing apples and apples rather than apples and oranges. So if you have a site that has a different driver, then you are going to end up not being able to compare them. So that's the main reason for it. The reason for looking at randomized sites you're just going to say, hey, it's different, but you don't know where it is.
So I appreciate that. If I may, one additional follow-up question pertaining to Oak Bay specifically, if I can ask. What do you, in your professional opinion, feel that the reason why Oak Bay has such a, or why do you feel rather, Oak Bay has a high EC and TP values relative to the rest of the township?
Well, I think a lot of the nutrients could come out of the golf courses. The golf course, use of, they do obviously use fertilizers. But again, this is just speculation on my part. Septic systems, maybe there are more problems in maybe it's I don't know enough about the infrastructure to know why Oak Bay has higher EC. But that's not the site that has the highest. The highest was actually Macy's Bay, which had over 500. And that was downstream of a sewage lagoon. Well, a used and not operational sewage lagoon.
Thank you for that. And aside from perhaps the golf course spraying, what can we articulate to our community to help them reduce the EC and TP? Is there anything that they can do to mitigate these high values?
Well, I think naturalizing the shoreline is a huge thing, right? Like just making sure that you don't have as much impervious surfaces. But I think septic systems need to be inspected and functioning properly. In terms of nutrients, like there shouldn't be any kind of fertilizer use at all around the water. I mean, that's just, something I'm sure people know about that.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure meeting you today. Thank you. Councillor Bocek, please.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Mayor, welcome, Dr. Chow-Fraser again, and always enjoy your reports. I'm going to focus here on Oak Bay as well, too, being that I'm the district representative for that area. Calling it Oak Bay may be problematic in the future. It really is the Green Island Channel and the lower basin at Lock 45. I don't want to have the people at Oak Bay going, oh, we're terrible polluters. So just maybe in future reports, we could look at changing that. We do know that the District of Muskoka has a sewage treatment, a water treatment plant here in Port Severn, which collects water from Little Lake above the locks and expels all the other water below the locks into that basin that we're talking about. Oak Bay community itself is completely on sewer and water. There is no septic systems in there. And the golf course is what they call a B city, which they tend to not use pesticides and limit fertilizer use and that kind of stuff. So the Oak Bay region is something very interesting to me. And I would like to, in the end with the test results, hopefully get to a conclusion where some of this is coming from. And we really appreciate your work here and thank you for your years of service to the township. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Councillor
So
Predko.
can I just verify? You would like it to be Green Island Channel?
The Green Island Channel is the water adjacent to the input to the marina at Oak Bay. And really, the community itself and the golf course itself is on the basin of the Lock 45, which is an inner bay in the Severn Sound. So just not to stigmatize the name Oak Bay with polluting waters is basically what I was getting at.
Okay, sure. No, I can change it to whatever name is most. So I will just refer to as, should I refer to as Green Island Channel?
I think everybody is familiar with the Green Island Channel. It's the main passage of water that flows by the Oak Bay. Actually, Sawdust Bay is actually the name of the bay that you would be sampling in, and the Green Island Channel. So both Sawdust Bay and Green Island Channel.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you. Councillor Predko, please.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. It's a pleasure to meet you, Dr. Chow-Fraser, as well. And my questions really are along the lines of algae and algae blooms, and how you perceive the risk of algae blooms in some of our wetlands and some of those inner bays where the water is a little bit more stagnant and the algae is higher. And, you know, any risks of toxic blooms, and I'll let you answer that question first.
Okay, so we've not ever had we've never measured cyanotoxin levels. So I just want to say that right from the get-go. But there have been Environment Canada climate change scientists that have measured for cyanotoxins. They have never found them within any of the wetlands within the Honey Harbor area. So just want to make sure that you're aware of that. It's most likely that if the nutrients are in the wetlands, they will be picked up by the aquatic plants more so than by the algae. It's only when the wetland stops functioning as a wetland that you end up having a problem. So it's not the wetlands that I think I would be concerned about. It would be the near shore, like where we have channels and this rocky shoreline, and you can see the algae growing on the rocks.
Okay, and then corollary to that, I know you've had some, and we're focusing on the Bay report today, but you're talking with Ms. Nicholson about inland testing as well. And I think inland lakes tend to see more of these algae blooms as the water temperatures rise. Is that something that you'd be able to be looking at as part of the inland water testing as well? Because I think it would be interesting for us, because that's not something we've looked at in the past.
Yeah, I would really like to. I mean, I don't think I have time today to talk about that, but I've looked at it. I've entered all the historic data, and I do think that there needs to be some expansion of the inland water sampling to include not just phosphorus at the end of the summer. So what we're proposing to do is to actually analyze phosphorus throughout each time that we collect for E. coli, the same way as we did for the Georgian Bay water. And because I have an army of students doing thesis, I can sick them on those phosphorus samples. The other thing is that we would love to have volunteers help with the algal sample, the paraphytometers. They're easy. They cost maybe about $50 to create, all the materials. So it's just a matter of having people interested in it, and then we can show them. We're planning to run some workshops in August to get volunteers to show them what they need to do, and then the GBGLF and I have applied separately for a MyTax grant to have one of my for Jackie to be hired on in the fall to do all of the analyses.
That's great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis.
Just a quick question, Dr. Chow-Fraser. On your report, goal to identify current areas of concern for EC and TP, you have a map with all the areas where you tested. You indicate Oak Bay, Bloody Bay, Honey Harbor. And Honey Harbor, there are 2 sites. And I'm just curious, I don't know if you can help me, maybe somebody else in council here. There's a site south of Honey Harbor, between Honey Harbor and Oak Bay, and I'm wondering what that site is that shows a very high concentration of EC.
That's probably the Macy's Bay.
Ah, of course, it would be. Okay, thank you very much.
Only if Councillor Hazelton gets his chance first. But he's passing it over to you, so you're his sub for this round.
This is going to be very quick, but I just wanted to support what was stated by Councillor Bocek, Pat, and that it may not be, Oak Bay is a location.
Right.
But it may not be actually the main polluter. And we have to remember that there's a huge amount of vessel traffic from the Trent Severn in and out. And boy, if that isn't an indicator, I don't know what is. So I think the vessel traffic in Severn Sound and the Trent Severn in and out is probably and in Potato Island and Green Island area, all those channels out around there. That's probably, I'm just guessing here, but I'm thinking that's probably the
Of course.
challenges that we have in terms of potential pollution. Thank you. Sorry.
Yes. And so I do want to note that the site that we're constantly pointing out as being a problem is the golf course point, which I believe is just downstream of that channel where it comes out of the golf course. So we're not actually in the channel because we're doing near shore sampling. But I take your point in terms of naming.
All right, thank you. I would like one question myself, if I may, and a little bit confused earlier on. If I understood it correctly, the for beaches, once you get 235 CFU per 100 milliliters, you're shutting the beach down, basically.
You have to notice, you have to provide a notification. I don't know the exact follow-up of it, but yeah, if it's a beach, they can shut it down. It would be the equivalent of in the past reaching 400 CFU.
So, but we're using 10 or 20 CFUs as our sort of line that we don't want to cross. Is like, that's a tenth of the value. Or am I misunderstanding this?
No, you're right. This is the Georgian Bay has always held itself to a higher standard, if you will, because the water quality is so important. And in the Dr. Schaefer's report, he basically made a case for employing the 10 as the Georgian Bay background level. So basically making sure that we do not go above that.
So even when you have readings sometimes that reach, let's say 50 CFU, we're nowhere near the area where flags would be raised if it was a public beach.
Again, I would caution you to note that that's
for the caution.
Yeah, it's just an instantaneous measure of 50. So if you and it's for swimming, right? It's for if you ingest the water, it's for recreational contact. Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you very much. I think we greatly appreciate your presentation, and looking forward to the work you will continue to do for us and report back to us. And thank you very much to your army of students and assistants for being all part of it.
You're welcome, and thank you for the opportunity.
Councilor Graziano, did you have a final remark on this?
I did. Thank you, Worship. I just wanted to invite Dr. Chow-Fraser, excuse me, to join me perhaps on a walk on the natural shoreline of you know, Potato Island and Greens Bay there. You know, from what I've heard, the golf course has done an incredible job of ensuring that the shoreline has been maintained and kept thriving. So I'd love to invite you out if in the event that you and your team have a few minutes. Thank you.
Yes, for sure. Thank you. Thank you for the invitation.
All right, thank you very much. And now we're going to go on to our delegation of the morning, and that's from Ms. Mary Muter of the Georgian Bay Great Lakes Foundation. And I believe you want to talk water levels.
That's
So,
correct.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for providing this opportunity. I'm basically, you heard Professor Chow-Fraser linking water quality to water levels. So I want to make that connection with you. But I also, and I just put these two images up because I remember when water levels fell dramatically, and it was around 2001 that Carl Schiefer phoned me and said, Mary, I want you to come down and look at Longwissa Bay wetland. And I thought, well, there's lots of wetlands around here. Why do I have to go all the way down there? But he took me into this wetland. And I had seen it before, productive, in 1997. And then you could see what that wetland looked like in 2002. And I mean, the loss of aquatic habitat that meant for all of the fish, the frogs, they had nowhere to go. And they have it in their genes to go back to the same spawning area. They simply can't do that under these conditions. So I think that's when Carl Schiefer said you really need to find a wetlands biologist that can help to understand what this means. And we need to document this. So I was just very fortunate to connect with Pat Chow-Fraser, and it was MNRF who gave her my name. And we met, and history has carried on since then. So I've been involved in water quality monitoring. I hate to admit it, for now 40 years. And each year we just kind of moved on in terms of understanding and being able to take this to the next level. And that's where this is going. And I hope you all understand what microbial source tracking means. That means samples will be kept refrigerated, taken to the Canada Centre for Inland Waters, and basically DNA testing determine whether it's animal or human source. And this has been a question since day one. And we would get high bacteria levels and people would just say, oh, that's just because a beaver swam by, or that's because a flock of geese were here. Now we're going to be able to answer that question and hopefully come to some solutions to alleviate these hotspots. So let's move on to the next slide. Do you want me to move slides or? Okay. I just want you to know that Pat Chow-Fraser was recently recognized by the International Association of Great Lakes Researchers at their annual meeting in Toronto. And she was given a Lifetime Achievement Award at that multi-day event. She is recognized around the Great Lakes for her work. Anybody who I speak to at these meetings, if I tell them who we're working with, they're amazed that we're able to make that connection. And you realize her salary is not paid for. None of the tests that are carried out by her students, including in her lab, we're not paying for that. We're just paying the logistical expenses. But each microbial source testing sample, that will cost $100 per sample. So we need to do that carefully and be certain that we're taking samples there with high bacteria counts. So we're refining that as we move along. In a way, I wish Carl Schiefer was still with us to be able to see where we're going now with this work. So next slide. You know, we have agreed to carry on doing this work. And basically, I think what we're looking for is a budget of up to $30,000 for the coastal work and up to $25,000 for the inland work. And we are working with KLE. We're going to connect with the volunteers and figure out the best path forward of how to include the inland lakes in this work. We will refine that over the coming weeks. And as Pat said, there will be a training session in the summertime to be able to teach volunteers how to put the little glass slides in the water to be able to capture algae growth and do the analysis later in a lab, McMaster's lab. Okay, next slide. This is, I don't think we need to go through this. I just want council members to be aware of how this is all connected, the water quality connected to wetlands and their functions. It's now obvious that we are heading into another low water level period. So I just want to highlight some of our concerns about that. Next slide. I have put the May water levels U.S. Army Corps graphs on the left, Lake Superior beside Lake Michigan, Huron, and Georgian Bay. We continue to post these graphs in this manner. We continue to complain that the graphs get posted so that the Lake Michigan, Huron, Georgian Bay water level graph is shrunk to the same size as the Lake Superior, but it does not represent what is actually happening. So Lake Superior is tightly held to a 4-foot range, and our range is gradually expanding to 6.5 feet. This is not happening on any of the other Great Lakes. So let's just look into it a bit more. Next slide. The main reason obviously is the weather, but with no ability to control the outflow and with evidence of St. Clair Riverbed ongoing erosion, this is a concern. The this is the IJC's International Lake Superior Board of Control is supposed to balance the interests of Lake Superior versus Michigan, Huron, and Georgian Bay. We now have clear evidence that they are not doing that and instead are favoring Lake Superior to keep it within a 4-foot range and slowly allowing our range to increase. Next slide. I should tell you that Americans, particularly on Lake Michigan and on the American side of Lake Huron, they love low water levels. The lower the water levels go, the more beach they have. So they think that low water levels are not a problem at all. So we are alone. And I can tell you if Georgian Bay was in the United States, it would have national recognition and would get protection. We have nothing. So just for instance, last November, the Lake Superior River Control announced that due to the planned turbine repairs at the Cleague Hydro Station on the Canadian side of the St. Mary's River, that this winter the outflow would be decreased by 20 cubic meters per second. But over the next 5 months, they posted their monthly reports and we kept track of it. These are the amounts of reduction of flows, 350 cubic meters. You can see the list go on. And over 5 months, they lowered intentionally Michigan Huron levels by 2 inches. We have asked when they are going to compensate us for that. There's no response at this point in time. So that's just one example of what goes on. And it's clear that during high water levels, they discharged more water than they're allowed to. And during low water levels, they've held it back. And now you can see they're already holding it back. And I mean, they're supposed to get permission to do this from the IJC commissioners themselves, but there's no evidence that they're doing that. They're making these monthly discharge decisions without consulting the commissioners and simply allowing this to happen. So I just want you all to know that's what's happening. Next slide. Next slide. If you add to this, the recent Environment Canada and climate change predictions for Great Lakes water levels, this becomes even more concerning because they simply announce these findings, but it's as if, well, these people will just be fine with this. So just so you know, their Michigan Huron projection for by 2030 is that our water levels are going to go 3.5 feet below the 2013 record low water levels. This will be devastating for Georgian Bay, economically and ecologically. And they're saying nothing, absolutely nothing about this. It's just, I mean, I've been on these multi-webinar sessions that are 2 and 3 hours long, and Pat and I raise our hands and say, do you understand what this means? No, the people, the Americans control it. They say this is just fine. We'll have bigger beaches. So we need a much stronger voice on this. We need to be able to tell the IJC and our governments and Americans that this is unacceptable. You know that we've been working on this for a number of years. It's way back in 2018 that our hydraulic control engineer, Bill Bukowski, designed hydrofoil gates. We presented that to the IJC. The IJC recommended after their last study in 2013 that regular bathymetric measurements be taken of the St. Clair River and methods to be able to alleviate extreme low water levels be investigated. Nothing has been done about that at all. And we in Canada do not have any agency like the US Army Corps that could do this kind of work. So we are now asking for 1.5 million to retain WF Baird and Associates, who do international work on water and flows all over the world. And why Canada doesn't retain them, I don't know. But given that they've redesigned the Mississippi Delta and the city of Houston, the Americans obviously recognize that level of expertise. Why are we not taking advantage of their expertise? So I want to thank you for your letter of support because we are requesting 1.5 million to be able to retain Baird, to collect bathymetric measurements of the St. Clair River, to do the analysis, to figure out what conveyance change has happened there, and then to be able to look at best design options to hold back water during low supply conditions. The US Army Corps are conflicted a bit on this. They have been trying to collect bathymetric measurements since 2016. We are in touch with them. We have a collegial relationship with them. they have had trouble collecting valid data. But the problem is they get $200,000 a year to dredge the lower reaches of the St. Clair River. So they are somewhat complicit in this. Because if the riverbed was stabilized, that erosion would end and they would no longer get their $200,000 a year contract. The riverbed used to be covered with rock rubble. We want it covered with rock rubble again. It was removed during the 1960s dredging. We want it covered in some method. Otherwise, we're going, I expect, where Environment Canada is predicting now. So have I got another slide or not? Oh, yes, yes. The US agencies, interestingly enough, these are much bigger organizations than Environment Canada. This is the US Army Corps, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, US Geological Survey, and the Great Lakes Environmental Research Laboratory. They are looking at water level predictions for the Great Lakes, and they've been working on it for several years. This is their graph of their progress of how they're working along on this. And they are hoping by next March to have some projections. And given the level of skills that these agencies have, I expect it will be at a higher level than Environment Canada's. And this will be useful to have this information from these agencies. Next slide. So you've seen this before. This is basically an airplane wing that Bill Bukowski designed in consultation with NASA. And also a US agency outside of Washington. So they can be with hydraulic pumps raised as much as necessary up to 45 degrees. But all the way up to 90 degrees if needed, but can lie flat, elevated off the riverbed. Ships could pass overhead, fish could swim underneath. So I think that's it. Is there one more slide? Yeah, thank you.
All right, well, thank you very much. We appreciate the presentation. Council, any comments or questions? And we'll start with Councillor Jarvis, followed by Councillor Cooper, please.
Thank you, Mary, as always. Very interesting to hear what you have to report on and the information you provide. I'm curious, the Lake Superior level that is maintained at around that 4-foot range, what's the reasoning for that? Is it for the hydro project on the St. Mary's River?
No, they took, when they designed the St. Lawrence River network and put in all the locks and control gates, they designed it for the St. Clair River, but decided not to put them in. But when they did that, they reduced the range of Lake Superior from 5 feet to 4 feet. And ever since then, via the control gates, they've kept it within that 4-foot range. And by doing that, they increased our range from 5 feet to 6 feet. And recently it's been slowly increasing.
But the reasoning for that range is a lock system up on that part of the Great Lakes then? To maintain water levels through the lock system then?
Through the lock system? No, the lock system, they can let as much water as they need to make the locks operate.
So is there, I mean, so the reasoning for the lower range is?
Just to keep Lake Superior within 4 feet. That's it.
Okay, my next question, and this will be it. In the previous low water period, 12 and 8 and 13, there's a serious concern with commercial shipping traffic. And I gathered that loads had to be reduced by upwards of 20% in order to keep the boats from grounding out or potentially grounding out. Is that not, do the commercial interests not have an influence in what the government decides to do with water levels?
Yes, and it's the Great Lakes Shipping Organization that's based in Cleveland. They were speaking out during those low water level periods. And they call it the rock cut south of the St. Mary's River control gates. And that is the area that they are mostly concerned about. And you can imagine it's a rock base there. And that's where they had to light load. They did not have to light load through the St. Clair and Detroit River.
Okay.
So they could come up, for instance, from Chicago, which they do, come all the way up and around through the Narrows there and come down with no problem.
But going up to the lakehead would be the issue, right?
That's right.
Do you have, and you maintain good connections with that commercial enterprise as well? Because
Jim Weekly, I haven't spoken to him lately, but he's their executive director and I'm about to get in touch with him. Yes.
Okay.
But
you.
it is an American organization.
No, I understand. Yeah, I think it is an American organization. They might have a little bit more pull in this whole
Yes.
process as well.
Well, that's true.
One would think.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cooper.
Thank you very much for the report, Mary, and for the work that you're doing with regarding water levels, but also with respect to water quality testing that's under the auspices of your organization. So that's really terrific what's going on. So I wanted to thank you, including driving all the way up from King City, as I understand it today, and back. So good for you to come in person. I appreciate it. And I also wanted to thank you, and especially Kaylee, for the work that you're both doing on the inland lakes to identify volunteers to do the water testing. So I want to thank Kaylee in particular very much for doing that, and I appreciate it. So it's wonderful stuff. Thank you.
Thank you. Not seeing any other hands raised. I'm going to say thank you very much for your presentation. It's greatly appreciated.
Thank you.
And we and I think as Councilor Cooper has noted, we're very much appreciative of all the work that you and everyone else is doing to help preserve our wonderful Georgian Bay.
Thank you.
Council, with that, I get to go on to the first motion of the day. And I have moved by Councillor Bocheck, seconded by Councillor Cooper. Be it resolved, the council adopts the consent agenda of June 5th, 2023 as circulated. Any comments, adjustments? Pull, Councillor Hazelton, please.
Correction on item C, pull item 5.
Okay. And your correction for item C, please.
Okay, so on page 57 of the package.
What's the item number you're referencing on the minutes?
C.
Item 7C, the minutes, the planning committee,
Yes.
and on page 4 of 5 of that, we have a resolution P 2023-033. And in minutes, it says it was moved by Councillor Bojack and seconded by.
Thank you. Do I have to say it all again? No. So in the minutes, it says moved by Councillor Bocheck and seconded by Councillor Graziano. And in the original minutes, the original report, it stated that it was moved by Councillor Hazelton and seconded by Councillor Cooper. I just thought that correction should be there. That makes sense? No, what?
You said in the original.
So if you look at the council agenda for May, the planning council agenda for May.
Yeah.
That's a resolution that I brought forward, seconded by Cooper. In the minutes, it's recorded as being moved by Bocheck and seconded by Graziano.
Sometimes those things get switched around. I will go back and verify who was the mover and seconder were, despite what's listed on the agenda. I understand what you're saying now, but I will go back and verify.
Okay, so I just verified it. I think it's worthy that we make it.
No, what
Make a
I'm
correction.
saying is sometimes what's listed on the agenda
Yes,
isn't always the names that get said out loud, despite what's listed on the agenda.
so
for
we
the
need to go
movers
back
and
to the
seconders.
video and
So I
watch.
need to go back and watch, is what I'm saying.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
All right, and is there a specific question, or did you? Well, I'm just going
Yeah.
to finish with Council Hazelton first, and then, sorry, you want to pull I, is that for a discussion or?
Yes.
So you want a separate vote on I?
Yes,
Okay,
separate vote and a discussion on it.
yeah,
yes.
okay, fair enough. I just wanted to confirm that. Councillor Predko, please.
I would like to have a discussion on item J. The budget variance report,
Okay,
but I don't think we need a vote. I just have a question.
all right, well, then what I think we'll do for that one, we'll discuss that before I call for the vote on the consent. but we will pull I and have the separate discussion before, and we'll vote on I separately. Any other items that anybody would like to have pulled or discussed? Okay, so I'm gonna first then go to Councillor Predko, and if you have your question on the quarter budget versus actual, please go ahead.
Thank you. Through your worship. Just a question for the treasurer. In terms of the year-to-date numbers versus budget, we have collected in terms of taxation revenue more than we budgeted, and I'm just wondering, is that a surprise, or is that just the way that the tax rules actually worked out?
That's a very good question. I'm gonna take that away and I'll get back to you.
And then the second question related to this is we have the 2023 budget number, and then we have the year-to-date actual number. Is it possible to provide us with the budget number for the same time period that we're looking at the actuals for, rather than the whole year budget?
No, we don't budget through your
Monthly?
worship on a monthly basis at this time. So we just set an annual budget, so we don't have it broken out by month. So it's not possible at this time to break it out by quarter.
Thank you. That concludes my questions.
All right, and you're satisfied that she'll get back to you with the, all right. So then I'm gonna go back to our original motion, moved by Councillor Bocheck, second by Councillor Cooper. Be it resolved, the council adopts the consent agenda of June 5, 2023, with the exception of item I. All those in favor? All right, so that has been carried. I just want to make sure it's. Okay, so you understand what we're doing there. And then item I is the strategic plans from the sustainability department. And Councillor Hazelton, I believe you had a question or a comment in regard to that report.
Sure. Oh, and my mic is still on. So in the last session we had in the discussion of the strategic plan, towards the end of the meeting, all councillors stated that the sequence in which the items were displayed was very important. And that sequence is not reflected in this report. And so I think that that is a very important thing. So not only do we have the environmental protection out of line, I believe that we the fancy report, PowerPoint, whatever you want to call it, that's attached to it, continues to mislead people from the way we described it in our meeting. And Eric reluctantly accepted all councillors stating that it was an important thing to have the sequence correct. And so I think that the report not only has the sequence out of whack, but when you look at the fancy PowerPoint thing, you start going through it, anybody looking at it will be misled by importance of things. And so I think that this needs to be reflective of the decisions made by council in that last meeting.
Schneider, please.
Thank you, through you, your worship, to Councillor Hazelton. We can definitely switch over the environment to number one on the graphics that have been provided. We are more focused on the text, which came verbatim from Eric's report with respect to the final decisions that were made at council. I just need, at this point, as the report suggests, just to confirm that the text in each of the priorities is fine, so that staff can go back and create some timelines as I also had indicated in the report, that this is just a template of what it is going to look like and not necessarily the accuracy of the cost accounting, the recovery, and the KPIs, which are going to be associated to it when staff take a look at it. So if the only trajectory change is to make sure that the environment shows up in the green graphic as number one, that's easy to solve. And we can also make it priority one as we go through the 6 priorities. That's also easy to solve.
I also wonder about the accuracy of the in 2030 slide. It's 89 of the package. I don't know what page it is of the individual report, but it seems to introduce other items, and I have to confess, after seeing the sequence of the major bullets out of whack, I kind of stopped reading the details and thought, well, you know, there's been a gap here in the overall presentation. So now that you're telling me that the individual content of these individual items is what you want us to look at, I think that this warrants being put on another agenda for further discussion, because, as I say, I tend to look at things, and if they're out of whack to begin with, I just kind of discard the rest as being suspect, and I think it warrants coming back later.
Thank you.
If that is the will of all of council, we can certainly do that. The timeline that we set before you was to make sure that this was provided to you in July of 2023, so that we could start to reference it in our documents. If you would like to take another opportunity to meet to discuss the content, through your worship, I just remind you that this is literally verbatim from what you provided with Eric, and there would not be another opportunity to, like, if we had another meeting, we would have to go through another exercise if you wanted to change the wording. The wording is what you decided when you were with Eric the last time for your final consulting. So in which case there would also have to be budget implications to bring Eric back to go through the process to do it right.
Thank you. Councillor Predko, please. Okay, then we'll go to Councillor Graziano, followed by Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Worship. Jen, just a quick question for you, if we can. First and foremost, I think the way that it has been put together looks fantastic, aside from perhaps the prioritization chronologically. I do have a question, and perhaps this is a question to all of council and or to staff. Under number 1 right now for streamlining planning processes and procedures, I see that for 2023, we have nothing highlighted here. And I wonder whether or not there's something, given that our team is slowly growing, and I understand that there's still a lot of backlog that the planning team is working through, but is there something that perhaps we can achieve in 2023 and not reallocate everything to 2024? Thank you.
Through your worship, thank you for the question, Councillor. We did meet with the director or the manager of planning to talk about that. He reminded me that there was a resolution passed in early of 2023 by council that nothing like this would happen in 2023 until he had a full complement of staff, and he still has 2 outstanding members. So it's possible that when those 2 members come, depending on the time of the year, the manager may be able to do that. But when I met with him individually to try to piece together something for 2023, he did remind me of that resolution. So we'll have to maybe address that a little bit later once the complement is here. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's great. Thank you.
Councillor Cooper, please. CEO Marriott, I'm going to let you interrupt Councillor Cooper if you're going to respond to this first item.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Kutsia. Councillor Graziano, that does make a valid point. Once this is set, each department will have its own work plans that hopefully council will adopt. So there will be, it may not be as busy for the planning department, but there are 2 or 3 key work activities that we do want to get accomplished. So it's not that nothing will be done in planning. There will be a couple of things in the planning department's work plan that will be put forth for council to review.
Thank you. Counselor Cooper, please.
Just with respect to sort of I'll call it the hit parade of priorities. I really would like, I don't think there's any, I'll start with, I don't think there's any need to sit down with Eric again. I think we know what we said. And I just would like to see this come back with the list as was finally agreed to by council versus what we're seeing here. So that's, if it precludes us from getting the final report in July, it may do so. We've got to get it right. So I'm just, my recommendation is, I'm not even sure that we should be passing something that's not a reflection of what was said at the time. So that's my opinion. Thank you.
Through you, your worship. So if the issue is that the environment needs to be number one, I'm glad to be able to do that. It's really just about the text underneath each of the box. And I certainly apologize that the red herring in the room here is that the order, it seems to be what we're talking about. The order is easy to change. If we can just, if you have taken a look at the items underneath it, it is directly related to what was written and provided and to you. And well, Eric was here during the strategic planning process. It's really just a graphic change and I'm happy to do it.
All right, thank you. For your information, the motion that's in front of me is be it resolved that council received the 2022-2026 Township of Georgian Bay Strategic Plan report for information. So we're not actually approving anything here. We're just receiving this report, and we certainly made suggestions to staff with regards to the report that we have received. So I'm going to say all those in favor. And that has carried. Thank you. All right. Anybody interested in open forum? Okay, well then we won't do an open forum. And next I have moved by Councillor Jarvis, second by Councillor Graziano. Be it resolved, the council adopts the regular agenda of June 5, 2023 as circulated. All those in favor? Oh, you have a question. Okay, Councillor Bochek, please.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if I could, under staff report item E, I'd like to recuse myself from the conversation. I will stay in here, but will not speak to the matter.
So you're now declaring a conflict of interest with item 12E.
Yes.
Understandable, given that you're the applicant.
Thanks for pointing that out.
Well, it's in the agenda.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments about the agenda? Now I'll call all those in favor. And the regular agenda is passed. Thank you. All right. And the first thing we do then is we have communications from everyone, and I believe, and I sorry, I didn't have my mic on for all that. Did you get the resolution, or should I read it again? Or because I did it without the mic? It's okay. All right. Just to look, it was a motion approving the agenda, and we're going to now start with Councillor Cooper for communications.
Thank you, Mayor. And once again, a pretty full schedule. This isn't just a part-time job, that's for sure. A lot of meetings, a lot going on, both here and at the District of Muskoka. I think, and really the main thing is I've been getting a lot of feedback from constituents about a variety of different matters. I could list them all. I think we've heard them before, so I won't. But we're trying to deal with some some pretty big issues. I guess the one that's probably highest on our hit parade is, or my hit parade at least, and what I'm hearing about is the solid waste issue. And that's pretty critical to get sorted out. It's problematic to say the least. So looking forward to another busy month, and it's already started. So away we go. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hazelton, please.
I heard there was a soapbox in the middle of the room.
Councillor Hazelton, if you wish to stand in the middle of the floor and find a box to stand on, we may or may not allow it.
Alrighty. Okay, well, again, to reflect what Councillor Cooper said, very busy, lots of calls, lots of emails. I did attend the floating cottage group, as did the mayor. I think that there is some progress being made on that front. There are others in the community who I'm working with who are taking a different tack, and I hope to have something to report on that front soon. I do want to step up on my little soapbox for 1 second and talk about this integrated blue box program, which nobody seems to know about. Nobody in the township staff, nobody in the council, nobody in the residents, and all the signs are wrong because all the bins out there say containers and cardboard only, and yet apparently we have an integrated blue box program. So kind of exciting that we have it. It would be nice if people knew about it, and so perhaps this 2-second rant will help people understand that we do have a new integrated blue box program in the township for recycling. Moving on to my library board role. The McMaster and Honey Harbor both had successful fundraising book sales over the May long weekend. Also marked the beginning of our seasonal extended hours across the branches. The library summer students will be starting shortly to assist the Summer Reading Club, which begins on June 24th. And the library was approved for a grant from the International Dyslexia Association to purchase dyslexia-friendly books. Try saying that 5 times. Anyways, there's an update from the library, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Graziano, please.
Thank you, Worship. I have driven, boated, walked, and Zoomed my way to happiness this month. Specifically, yeah, that's right, specifically around the 6 Mile Lake issue on the upcoming OP application. In addition to that, I had the honor of meeting with our MP Scott Aitchison, as well as our MP Bradford in Ottawa on Parliament Hill this past month, and it was a great experience in both our discussions as well as in having an opportunity to tour Parliament Hill. And lastly, of course, I have attended the dump a few times now, specifically the dump on South Gibson Lake Road, to monitor and to review some dumping that has happened after hours. And so with that being said, it's been a very busy month, but looking forward to perhaps a quieter one in the coming weeks. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis, please.
Well, obviously, library was one of those meetings. Segbay was the other one. I'd like to help people understand that the Segbay group is with the hiring of a full-time secretary, full-time in work, not in hours put in at Brissett House, but somebody who's got her feet on the ground and is working very, very hard to bring Segbay up to a higher level of performance from what we've seen in past terms of council. I quite enjoy attending those meetings, really as an observer more than anything else. And I'm really happy to see their level of involvement. If you go to the Segbay calendar now on their website, it includes almost everything that goes on in the area. Honey Harbor, Tiny, Severn, including things like the Bee Festival, library hours, et cetera, et cetera. They're trying to integrate every social aspect of the community around here, and I think that's really, really important to see. And their membership presumably will be growing. Their balance sheet is certainly looking a whole heck of a lot better than it did when I was on Seg Bay my first term of council. So it's very, very encouraging in that regard. So that's very, very good to see. The other thing I want to note, and I think maybe we'll get a chance to talk to Chief Van Dam about this a little bit further. I don't know. But prior to the May long weekend celebrations, we had effectively a fire ban on, including a fireworks ban at that time. And I know for a fact that there were fireworks the night, the evening, a couple of evenings during that long weekend. I recorded close to 2 inches of rain had fallen in our area. That is obviously an area not indicative of the whole district. My understanding was during the first term of council that we were going to a fire rating system that was a little bit more site specific to our municipality. And then I gather we've moved back to district led, but I'm sure Chief Van Dam can clarify that for me later on. That changes things very, very significantly when we're looking at a wider area for fire ratings as opposed to a more localized area being our municipality. It was kind of interesting at the time, but I do know that there were lots of fireworks going off, even though effectively there was a fireworks ban on at that time. Other than that, the usual stuff, garbage, containers, floating containers, the usual, and of course, all the correspondence, which I really, really did welcome on the 6 Mile Lake situation. I think it's great to have all, it may be an unfortunate situation, but it's good to see so many people that are aware of what's going on. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pedco.
Thank you. And through you, Mayor, and I'd just like to obviously reiterate that it was a busy month with a lot of constituent interactions with all of these issues going on, especially the garbage depot at South Gibson Lake Road. The other shout out I'd like to give to is to the operations team. We had a lot of different residents, especially at McMaster, who were inquiring about facilities, getting them prepared for the May long weekend and making sure that nets were up on volleyball courts and lawns were mowed. And they did a great job responding to all of those inquiries, and kudos back from the residents who were pleased with the results. We also, I think a few members of council had the honor of participating in the drumhead ceremony at the McMaster Legion yesterday. And it was a very interesting and moving ceremony, and a great inclusion of our First Nation neighbors in that ceremony as well. And later this afternoon, I'll be at the side of the road on Lake Joseph Road, helping clean up with the Lions Club. So if you see a group of people out there, wave and avoid us.
I assume that's one of your acknowledgements is the fact that it's World Environment Day or environmental. I'm not sure how they word it, but
And that too.
yeah. Councillor Bocheck, please.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Mayor, busy month. Attended district council meetings in person and some special meetings that were done by Zoom. One of the delegations we had was from the OPP Marine Unit at the district. And through that, I clarified with them that our hours of service for the Township of Georgian Bay would not be altered in any way. It's an important service that we receive. Through the CAPS committee, we did pass a lot of bylaws funding a lot of new facilities at the District of Muskoka. We attended, or I should say Councillor Mayor Coatsier and myself attended a tour of the district assets, which was done on Thursday and Friday. We met as Team Muskoka and went through most of the facilities that are assets, being the locks in Port Carling, the landfill, the water treatment centers, the sewage treatment centers. And we had the special privilege of attending a powwow at the Bracebridge Secondary School, Muskoka Lake Secondary School, which is very informative and certainly a time for reflection. The drumhead service we attended yesterday in McMaster. A number of members of the community attended. There was the cadets, the military, the legionnaires, and local council members as well too. I met last Sunday with members of the 6 Mile Lake Ratepayers Alliance with Councillor Graziano to hear some points of view on the OPA, which will be coming forward. and also met with individual members of the 6 Mile Lake Cottage Association to discuss the OPA. I did have a meeting, I set up a meeting with the district CAO, the planning director and the legal team to go over some of the outstanding issues at Eden Oak or Oak Bay and trying to help them transition into closing of the marina townhomes. There's an issue there where they cannot get occupancy because they haven't complied with all of the things moving forward. So working to get that done so people can move into their new units that they purchased. And lastly, I want to give a huge heads up and acknowledgement to Arthur Gustakis, who is now the president of the Seg Bay Chamber of Commerce, and know the direction that he's going in. I think we should all be proud at council. It's a new look to the Seg Bay, and it's a new direction, and I fully support everything that they're doing. Thank you.
Thank you. I also had more than a busy month, and just a few of the highlights. Back on May 11th, along with our MP Scott Aitchison and the MPs, the Simcoe North Adam Chambers, met with numerous people from Transport Canada with regards to floating cottages, a Zoom meeting, and sadly, I can tell you I left that a little bit more frustrated than I'd hoped, but they've heard our concerns, and I'm encouraged by the number of different groups that are approaching the federal government with regards to this matter. And I think that, you know, every approach helps. I was then later that day up in Perry Sound for the ice cap launch of their greenhouse gas emission reduction programs of the various municipalities in the area. And it was actually quite a nice gathering because it also included, I will admit to you, I rode my first e-bike in my life there as a demonstration and quite enjoyed that. And there were numerous electric cars there and lots of people. So it's a good gathering. I think Councillor Hazelton already mentioned the floating cottages meeting on the May 19th. More of a personal item, but I had the great pleasure on the 23rd of meeting Patrick Boyer, who is a author from Gravenhurst, I believe, retired from active life in politics at different levels, and he wanted to share with me his latest book and lots of history, and I found that quite enjoyed getting his perspective on things. On the 24th, the Muskokan Area Indigenous Leadership Table met at Moose Deer Point, almost 4 years after the first meeting of that organization at Moose Deer Point. So we celebrated almost like a four-year anniversary, but it's also, I find those meetings a very good way of meeting the different municipalities and Indigenous groups in our area. A week ago, the Canadian Association of Municipal Administrators met in Huntsville, and a group of them came down by bus to Honey Harbor on Monday the 29th to go over to Bosley Island. So had the great pleasure of hosting them and going over to Bosley Island, which place I always enjoy visiting. And it was, you know, we had visitors from as far west as the BC coast, and then we as far east as the Nova Scotia coast, and lots of people in between. And it was a great day, and they gained a lot of appreciation for the geography and the wildlife around this area. So that was very enjoyable. Then further to that, on Wednesday, I was in Huntsville because the Muskokan Area Indigenous Leadership Table won an award from the CAMA group, the Canadian Association of Municipal Administrators, which was a great honor, and there were quite a number of us there. And I love that Chief Ted Williams from Rama sort of hijacked or what did he call it? Crashed, I think, crashed the meeting by giving a few minutes, speech, which was great. Councilor Bocek mentioned the district field trips, as they call them, on last week, Thursday and Friday. I think that, yes, we saw quite a bit of the assets and touring around, but I think the other thing that impressed me is how much time we spent in the bus when you realize the geographical extent of our district. Their visit to our township was up in the McMaster in a tour of the water plant up there. Was the, I'll call it the Georgian Bay stop on that tour. And as already mentioned, I had the pleasure yesterday of being in McMaster for the Legion and their drumhead service, which included the legions in the entire area. I mean, I ended up having lunch with a couple of people from Innisfil and from Port Carling who come to McMaster for that event. So it was a great event. And also, I just want to make a general comment with all the correspondence and communication I have received from so many people over the month. I greatly appreciate that. And I want to make special note of the very careful conversations and specific correspondence I received on the 6 Mile Lake planning, the OP that will be discussed tomorrow. And I mention it just because I appreciate how carefully many people were thinking about what's in front of us and wondering about the best ways forward. And I think that positive interaction is extremely important to our council and staff in trying to get the job done. But more on that tomorrow, of course. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to our CAO, Mariotti.
Thank you, Mayor Kutia. Morning, Council. And I think I'll start off with the field trip that's been mentioned at the district level. We do have one at the township level, so please just remind yourselves that June 16th is going to be a fun-packed event. We're gonna tour the Georgian Bay Township. And that's by road, and hopefully sometime later this summer, we will organize something by boat. I believe Councillor Cooper has his wonderful vessel on standby for that. So there he is, there. I see the smile in the corner there, Councillor Cooper. An interesting visit that I had earlier this month was at Shawanaga First Nation. I actually toured a hatchery. And it was really impressive, not only for its simplicity, but the fact that a similar system could be set up in a trailer. And in talking with Shawanaga, my next step will be to have discussions with Moose Deer Point as well, is possibly looking at setting something up here in Port 7. At the outlet of the lock there, because we do know that there are quite a few people that fish there. So if it's possible to at least install something temporary there for a fish hatchery, so that people that do fish can also kind of close out the cycle. So anyway, so more on this to come down the road. We're hopeful to have some funding again with our First Nations neighbors, so it should be relatively cost neutral for us, other than doing the right thing. Barging of large items. So quotes have been received. I'm in the process of reviewing them for consistency, so that we can compare apples to apples. We're hoping to have some dates here in the near future. And in terms of food cyclers, Miss Schneier has been in touch with the food cycler company, so hopefully we'll have something in the next 2 or 3 months. We'll be able to have the units available for our residents. And I know that council was talking about solid waste management. You did submit some resolutions to the district. So in terms of next steps, there is we'll have those motions go through the process at the district, and then once the district has had time to review our council's motions, then I'm sure that district would be more than welcome to come here and provide some feedback to council. In terms of the departments in general, I mean, and I know council has been very busy, as is, you know, the various departments here. Certainly, Chief Van Dam in terms of the uptick in bylaw calls as well as incidences and floating accommodations. It's been a very, very busy department. Operations as well. Thank you to Councillor Predko for you know, for providing the feedback from the ratepayers of MacTier, because they've been very busy too. A lot of staff were busy just basically patching 12 Mile Bay nonstop. Now that patching is done, they really kind of rushed to get our assets ready for the spring and it's certainly the May long weekend. So it's been pretty hectic for that team. I know Ms. Nicholson is going to be busy with reintroducing septic re-inspections, and they're going to be using the feedback from the various reports where they've highlighted some hotspots. So we'll be targeting those hotspots first during our re-inspection campaign. And on the planning side of things, as you know, staff have been very busy, certainly with the OP amendment request on 6 Mile. That's taking an awful lot of effort. And as council will have seen in the report that will be discussed tomorrow, it was a very, very thorough report and investigation, as well as, we've got another large file, which is the Oak Bay rock crushing. So that's going to be another important one for council to carry out some deliberation on, which will come down the road. And that is pretty much it from my side. I've probably forgotten a few things, but I'm sure we can talk about that offline. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for that. And now time for staff reports, and I see Mr. Bonder is ready to roll. And if you could tell us about 2022 bylaw department annual report, please.
Thank you, Your Worship and members of council. I'm just going to share my screen here quickly to be able to show you the PowerPoint and walk through it as well. Okay, perfect. So today I will be presenting the 2022 annual bylaw department report. I will cover a variety of topics, as you will see, as calls for service, our enforcement revenue, the provincial court breakdown, licenses and permits issued in 2022, new and amended bylaws that the bylaw department brought forward in the year, district bylaw enforcement, as well as some of our current working projects. So to provide a bit of a background, the bylaw department is complaint-based and does rely on the public to provide their concerns through our online report a concern portal, as well as through telephone and email. In 2022, for majority of the year, there was 2 full-time bylaw officers, one under the Fire and Emergency Services Department and the other under the Planning Department. In October of 2022, the planning bylaw enforcement officer was moved to the Fire and Emergency Services Department. So now that department is fully responsible for all bylaw related matters. So as you can see on the screen, have split throughout this presentation between bylaw and planning bylaw, just as most of the year in 2022 was split between the 2 departments. So the bylaw department did see 152 total number of complaints in 2022, and 55 of those being violations that were dealt with. In the planning bylaw department, there was 67 total numbers of complaints with 22 total violations. These can be broken down further. So you can see in the bylaw department, animal control is one of our most reoccurring issues that we do deal with 37 total number of complaints. Next is property standards and clean yards, which does take up 27. You will see that parking only has 16. This doesn't include for parking infractions. This is more complaints that are brought forward directly to the bylaw department, which will be broken down further on the next slide. There's other matters that we do deal with more frequently, being noise, burning. We actually weren't in a fire ban for too long last year. Since we are in one this year, there likely will be an influx this year in the number of complaints regarding burning. And other matters as well as in our parks and public places, our sign bylaw, and you will see short-term rentals on the list down there. A lot of short-term rental matters are also categorized into other complaints, whether it is noise, parking, animal as well. But we do take the information down when it does come to short-term rental complaints, so that we do have a bit more information. As you are aware, we were working towards a short-term rental bylaw here. In the planning department, zoning was the number one for 2022 with 36 number of occurrences. Moving down to site alteration, tree cutting, blasting, and dark sky was low on the list. It was a newly revamped bylaw in 2022, and more people are becoming aware of it. So enforcement revenue, looking at parking tickets in 2022, 184 total parking tickets were issued. Luckily 138, so majority of them were paid within the early resolution date of 15 days. In here in the bylaw department, when the tickets aren't paid within that amount of time, we do have an ARIS agreement in which we are able to look up the license plate and get the information for the vehicle owner. So you will see that majority or a lot of letters were sent to owners. So 38 were actually had to be placed on the vehicle license plate. So when they go to renew their stickers, even though stickers are free, they will still have to pay a fee. So that is something that we were able to do for 38 of unpaid tickets. And 8 tickets issued in 2022 were fought in court, which did appear in March 2023 and were all resolved. So you can see an enforcement revenue broken down there at $17,038 for all parking tickets issued in 2022. So part 1 tickets issued, there was 8 tickets issued by the bylaw department in 2022. 1 for a dog at large, so dog running loose, 1 for an actual dog bite, permit dog to attack, and 6 burning charges were laid. You can see the revenue on the right side, and you will see that the total revenue doesn't add up to the full column. And that is because 2 of the total 6 burning tickets were challenged in court, which were brought forward in 2023 as well. It was 2 tickets given to the same individual, and to ensure a guilty plea, it was recommended that 1 ticket, 1 fine be reduced, and then the full fine for the other be issued. So that's why you will see the discrepancy in the total revenue for all tickets there. Part 3 summons were issued in 2023 for individuals to appear in court. And as you can see, they all were animal related matters. As you could probably tell by the influx of calls that we did have this year. So 1 was dog at large. Unfortunately, this one did have charges dismissed due to lack of witness cooperation, as it did enter the court system. And actually 2 province-wide dog muzzle orders under the Dog Odors Liability Act were issued for 2 extreme dog bites that happened this year. The court did uphold the court order for greater control of the dog. So now within the province of Ontario, there is court orders for 2 individuals to have their dogs muzzled, and certain other aspects that they do have to follow, whether it's a dog can't be walked by an individual on the age of 16 years old and always stay on a leash while off private property. There was no revenue from any of these, as our main goal was to get protection to the public and get a court order for the dogs to be muzzled. So court breakdown. This is all matters that did appear in court in 2022. Some of these, most of them were older related matters from either 2021 and some from 2020. So the bylaw department did deal with 9 matters in the year of 2022. 1 was a part 1 burning ticket that was issued in 2021. 8 were parking tickets from 2021. And then actually all part 3 summonses issued in 2022 were able to make it to a court date in 2022. You can see that due to the parking tickets not actually having a lot of stance behind them and a lot of revenue generated from them due to the prosecution fee, there was a loss from the bylaw department in the courts that year. But you can see that planning did have a lot more matters that did generate revenue. So they had 9 matters as well, 2 guilty pleas with no fine, 6 guilty pleas that did issue in fines, and actually only 1 charge was dropped, which did net a revenue of over $3,500 there. So sign enforcement. The Township of Georgian Bay does have a bylaw for our signs, which states that the cost for removal of a sign after a notice has been provided can be invoiced to the company or individual that posted the sign. So during the year, there was 14 illegally posted signs without permits that the township did come across. After notices were sent, only 3 of the signs were removed by the owners, and actually 11 of them were removed from the bylaw department. So invoices were sent to all known addresses of companies and individuals that did not remove their signs that the bylaw department did, in which 2 were paid, which did have multiple signs on them. So a total of 5 of the 11 were paid. So $516 was brought to the bylaw department for the removal of illegally posted signs. Licenses and permits in the year of 2022, majority of our license and permits still to this day are dog tags. So 34 were issued last year. We also did have 1 transient trader, which is a food truck that was up in McMaster. 1 wrecking yard license, 1 pool fence for a swimming pool permit, and then actually 1 sign permit. Since our removal, we actually have seen an increase issued already in sign permits being issued, as we've already overseen what we've done last year in that, which is good to see that people are starting to comply a bit more. So for our animal control bylaw, as we do not have a kennel here for dogs that we do catch, we have a contract with the Ontario SPCA in Tay Township for all dogs that are caught by the bylaw department in which we are unable to get owner information or get the dog back into owner care. The contract does allow for 24/7 access to the facility. While they are open from, I think, 11 to 4 most days, we do have a key and code to be able to go in and put the dog into kennel, provide it food, and fill it in intake form, so that when the kennels staff are back in the next day, they're able to contact the bylaw department, and we can provide more information on the issue and how they're going to move towards it. So last year, 5 dogs were impounded at the OSPCA. 3 dogs were found during patrols by the bylaw department. 1 dog was located by the OPP in an abandoned vehicle, which the bylaw did respond after hours to be able to get the dog and take it into the care of the OSPCA so that it was safe. And then 1 dog was located by a resident near the highway, in which they contacted the bylaw department. We were able to retrieve the dog and get it in the care of the OSPCA. This is a fixed fee that is paid quarterly for the services. As you can see, there is no revenue generated by the OSPCA. So there was a cost every year that we do pay to them. In the year 2022, the bylaw department did bring forward and have some new bylaws and amendments made. The first being our noise bylaw, which was to update to mostly speak to construction noise. We also did bring a new firework bylaw to the township, which many of you are aware, to regulate the firework use within the township. As well, a new bylaw for dark sky, which was reviewed, and new set fines were created. There was a parking bylaw amendment, which allowed for permit parking at the end of South Gibson Lake Road. So now people with parking permits for the township can park in our Port Severn Park and down at the end of South Gibson. As well as our division fence bylaw, which was a bylaw here for the township that did exempt us from the Line Fences Act and provide steps in which people can go about building fences on their properties and how they can deal with their neighbors on that matter as well. So for the District of Muskoka, we've also been working with them in some bylaw enforcement matters as well. Late in 2021, there was a new sign bylaw brought forward by the District of Muskoka to regulate the installation of signs on district road allowances and in the vicinity of the limits therefore. What had happened is that the District of Muskoka had actually put the onus on the municipality to issue sign permits where signs are located in what they call our urban centers. So that is in the Honey Harbor area, Port Severn, and in McMaster. So if they do get a sign permit for that area, they will pass it to us. And if we do find signs that are posted outside of those urban centers, we will be forwarding them to the District of Muskoka. So that's something that we were working through in 22 and in 23 as well. And in 2022, the bylaw department was working with the district in regards to parking tickets on district roadways, as the fines were very low, only $10 and $15. So I'm glad to say that now in 2023, we are now, the district has worked and passed a bylaw to match the municipality in which they are. So it will match our $85 and $100 tickets. As of right now, we are still just waiting for for the set fines to be signed by a judge to be brought forward to us so that we can start enforcing this bylaw for the district. And lastly, on the PowerPoint, just some current working projects that the bylaw department is working on. As you are aware, the short-term rentals with public input, looking for some rental owners input, registration, then following up with enforcement. And then the other officer, Albert Chan, will actually, following this report, be explaining administrative monetary penalties, which will basically be looking to formatting our bylaws, establishing a screening and hearing officer for the township protocols and policies, and then also a new MTO agreement for parking. The AMPS program is to try and keep a lot of our bylaw related matters out of the courts and internal so that we can deal with them much quicker. So as you could see with a lot of the matters we were dealing with, some were 2020 and 21, and we were dealing with them late in 2022. This is something that Albert will explain very shortly to all of you. That's the end of my report. I open the floor to any questions that you guys may have.
Mr. Molitor, thank you very much. Very interesting report. And I already see, oh, wow, they're growing like crazy. 4 hands raised already. So we're going to start with Councilor Graziano, please.
Joshua, great report. Thank you very much. A couple of just some information for council here before I ask my questions, if I may. Of the bylaw violations, 36% of them were fought. Of the planning violations, let me pull back on that. Of the 152 violations, 55 of them were violations, or of the investigations, 55 were violations that of totaling 36%. Of the 67 total investigated planning issues, 22 were violations, equaling 32%. With regards to bylaw matters, netting out returns on slide 9, of the 9 matters, 16% of them were fought by the looks of it, netting us a loss. And of the 9 matters under planning, 40% were fought, but netting us out a large return. So my question with regards to slide 4 is, it seems that 1 in 3 calls are reported netted out to be somewhat of a valid violation. I'm assuming that there was perhaps some warnings issued, and that would justify some of the, the discrepancies on the 1 in 3. But I'm curious, and this is going to be a recommendation of mine, if I may, is perhaps in future reports, I would love to see some information of the number of false claims investigated. I'm curious to know how much time our bylaw team is going out investigating perhaps claims that weren't with merit, and what the cost would be to our township on those investigations, just so we have a general understanding. That's just a comment. But my question specifically is, if it's far more profitable for us to pursue planning violations, and with perception of planning in our township being so high that perhaps people can get away with things, I'm curious, given that there's a larger percentage of those matters being fought, but with a much higher revenue, perhaps are we looking at perhaps allocating more attention towards that area, given that we netted out $3,500 in the 9 matters that we did bring to court? So I'm just curious on that. Thank you.
Through your worship, to provide a bit of background, a lot of the planning matters, when we look at our site alteration, zoning, blasting, we actually don't have set fines listed. So a lot of those matters actually we have to bring to courts to secure convictions. We can't just hand them a ticket on site and say, here's your $350 ticket. In our bylaws, the minimum fines and maximum fines for site alteration, blasting and so on are actually much higher. And the reason why the fines, or it was much more profitable, is we actually did convict 2 contractors. The minimum fine, if I'm not mistaken, for contractors is $2,500. So we did secure guilty convictions, and we reduced them to half, because for second convictions, the minimum is much higher. With the minimum fines, as you can imagine, being much higher, it is likely to bring in more profit in the planning department. Through the AMPS program, in which the report is coming to you today, we are hoping to kind of be generating a bit more revenue through the bylaw department related to planning related matters. One, we can keep a lot of this internal and being resolved fairly quickly.
Great. If I can with one follow-up question. Just one side note, is the SPCA, and maybe a silly question, I'm not sure if they are, but are they a kill shelter or are they 100% looking at, adopting everyone?
So with the OSPCA, they do have kennels. Actually, a large majority is cats that they do keep. They are overflowed with them. They do have a lot of dogs, and they do have policies in which they do adoption as well. It's all found on their website. So if dogs are found lost that aren't claimed by their owners, and a lot of time they do work to get that dog into a stable home as well through an application process that they do. It's very lengthy that they do screen the individuals as well.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis, please.
Just very quickly, you might want to just check this, your second last slide indicates AMPS stands for Administrative Monetary Mentality System. And that just needs to be corrected. That's all. I just wanted to bring that to your attention. I had a lot of time. I was trying to figure that one out for a while when I was reading it. What was I thinking? Anyway, that's it.
Thank you. Councillor Predko.
Thank you, and through you, your worship. So one area that I don't think got covered off really were the number of bird permits that are issued by the township. And any other issues that are, we had a couple of burning complaints. But I'm just curious how many burn permits we issue in a year. And so far this year, I've had somebody comment to me that they applied for a burn permit early in May, but they've never received a burn permit. I know we're no longer issuing burn permits again, but just wondering what the wait time usually is.
Through your worship, I'll take that one. So the burn permits are approximately 2,000 a year that are issued. Once the municipality goes into a high or extreme fire condition, no permits are issued. We have them all, I'm gonna say stacked, ready to go. When the fire danger rating drops to the moderate level, then we issue those permits. So some of those people were caught up in that. We hear that complaint all the time, and one of the biggest factors of it is junk mail. That our system sends it back and we have to say, did you check your junk? Oh, yes, it is. So it's very seldom that a permit gets held up. In the beginning of May, yes, it does take us a little while because we're overwhelmed with the system to issue those permits. Like we'll get 100 applications over the weekend. So Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and most of Thursday, Shelley is busy logging those in, and we're looking at means to create that becomes an automatic system. We're working, we're looking at town suites to be able to do that through the customer portal in the future. So
okay. A couple of quick questions to add on to that, if I may. And very briefly, the report to problem portal, even though you're asking for the residents' name and contact information, that's still handled anonymously with when you're investigating the complaint. So I know there's some reluctance from some people to raise a complaint because they think that name will go to the neighbor.
Through your worship, all our complaints are dealt with anonymously, even on site. A lot of people do say, well, I know it's the neighbor or whatever the case may be. And even, we keep everything anonymous. When we do get witness statements for events, if it's an example of, let's say a dog bite that did happen, which by law was not on scene, to be able to lay a charge, we need the statement from the individual, in which our witness statement forms stay at the bottom, that if this is fought in court and brought to trial, there is we might have to disclose the information of where the complaint did come from, but that is fully made aware to the individuals at the time.
Okay, thank you. And the last quick question I just want to raise, and maybe it's more of a request. On your complaint summary page, you've got one category for short-term rentals, and I guess where we're going with short-term rentals is maybe that's a subcategory so that you want to be able to track all of the other complaints as to whether or not it involved a short-term rental rather than its own category on its own.
there's two things that I would like to bring to your attention. One is the short-term rentals is going to be a piece on its own. As we go on building this. This annual report, this is the first year that you're seeing something to this extent. This was to give you the information that you need to make decisions for the past and start to understand where staff time is being allotted. You can be rest assured, the moment we go to court, it's an automatic 2 hours of a bylaw officer just in travel time, an hour there, an hour back. So we're trying to break that down. As we get into hopefully some software that's going to be able to help this, we're going to be able to start to distinguish how many hours are bylaw officers being tied up on burning complaints? How many hours are, so that we can try to find those problem areas and make sure that we can recover our costs that is in there. Bylaw will never be a totally fully cost recovery situation, but as we start to move forward, the statistical information that we're starting to take into consideration now, hopefully will drive some of our decisions and move forward with that part.
Okay, thank you.
And the other piece that I just wanted to make sure that you and the public know, when we take a witness statement, a complaint or anonymous complaint, we will not act on an anonymous complaint. We need to know who that complaint, for the sake of when we enter the property, we have to be able to justify why we're on that property. We will protect that name until such time as the courts decide that. So if we're going for a prosecution, their defense lawyer or they're entitled to know who's the one, and at that point, I can't guarantee it. So
Okay.
there is potential that somebody will find out who it is, but for the most part, we do not divulge that information until we're told to.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Councillor Bocheck, please.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, thanks for the report. Very informative. I do have a couple of questions. First, a statement. I think we all recognize that the bylaw is never going to be self-sufficient, and the revenues that you gain by pursuing matters is never going to cover the costs. But it is our only means of compliance, and certainly respect what you do. As you're aware, the District of Muskoka has made changes to the bylaws that affect the Township of Georgian Bay. Two-part question here. First of all, have you been aware, or are you aware of the changes that happened last month at the District of Muskoka to do with the bylaws on district roads? And secondly, being that the District of Muskoka has no bylaw enforcement officers and they rely on the towns and the municipalities to do the bylaw enforcement, is there going to be a need for budget considerations moving into next year due to the increased amount of workload that perhaps some of these new bylaws that the district is bestowing upon us that you're going to have to enforce? So really two-part question. And the more important one is, are you going to be able to obtain the goals of district under the current budget restrictions that you have? Thank you.
Loaded question. So currently, the district does have some bylaws that they are expecting us to enforce, and we have now, I guess for the most part, it's me going through the process of the district bylaws. We don't have authorization to be enforcing their bylaws. And a good example is the Gibson Lake disposal site. The district turned around and contacted us and said, we've got some prosecutions we want done. And when I reviewed the bylaw, I went, well, you're going to have to do it yourself. We'll assist you as much as we can because we want to protect our environment, but we don't have authorization under their bylaw to be acting. So that has been brought to the district's attention, and hopefully we can get a resolve to that through an amendment fairly quickly. As the district starts to enforce their bylaws, there has been a disconnect that at this point, I believe, and I don't have all the facts in front of me at this point. The sign bylaw is a good example. I have no documentation that the Township of Georgian Bay had any input into the district's sign bylaw. But we're being told that we enforce it, and so we're running that issue through the district as we speak. Because our sign bylaw is contradiction of the Muskoka, and it's on the same road. And then I said, we're going to end up with a problem here where one individual can do this, but the next one individual right beside them can't do it. So we're as the township starting to, when we have time to identify these issues and get them resolved moving forward. As counselor, you're well aware of how long it took me to get the parking bylaw corrected to the fines that we are now waiting for the court's approval. So that could be a long process, but hopefully we're making steps in the right direction.
Good, and just to follow up with that, nobody can sustain working for free forever, and your time, the fire department's time dealing with the district on these matters. I'm just concerned that you don't pursue what you need to pursue because of budget restraints, because obviously this could take a lot of time, a lot of manpower, and a lot of energy. And I want to make sure that we have the ability to move forward in making sure that the amendments that are going to happen at the district are done in such a fashion that A, you can enforce them, and B, the revenues are there to support the enforcement.
Through your worship, I wholeheartedly agree that that will be a bone of contention coming forward, that we can't be tying up our staff to enforce when we're not getting anything of it. And that's been some of the concern, which was the big concern during the parking issue, was for $10, it costs the municipality almost $10 to run the person's license plate to find out who we're dealing with. And that's some of the issues that need to be identified, and there's times that are doing it. I'll tell you right now that my staff and my departments, we're running full bore and then 10%. Our call volume in fire service right now is up 50% over last year at this time. So we're running, and unfortunately, we've had a couple of those calls where we've had to make choices that we don't have the time to go out and enforce right now. And on the weekend, I'm sorry, but that's what transpired. We had a burning complaint out on one of the islands, and we had 6 calls on the go at the same time, and I had to make some decisions, and we decided to ignore that call, unfortunately. But we were in communications with the people around that area, and they were keeping us well abreast of what was going on at that site. So we've had some major incidents. I don't want to call them major incidents, but they've been significant events in this township in the last 3 weeks, where we have 6 ambulances at calls, and they've been very challenging. So it's hats off to my staff, because I believe we're doing the best we can, and from what I'm seeing, it's been very well done at this point. So just to give you as a heads up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Cooper, please.
Thank you, Mayor, and Joshua for your report, and and Tony for your information as well. Just I guess this is a question for Tony, but first I wanted to say that you did refer to a lot happening over the weekend, and I know there were some lightning storms late last week, and I know that as I understand it, you were out looking after certain strikes out in Wabatasia, as I understand it. So thank you for doing that. Thankfully, there wasn't a bushfire. two questions, I guess, and I think I know the answer. I think you've answered this before, but I keep thinking about increasing fines, and I think you answered the question about increasing the fines, that the courts may not support us increasing our fines, but is that still the case? We can't move our fines from, let's say, 3,000 to 5,000 to 10,000 and so forth? That's my first question.
So yes, we have had some luck increasing fines. You have to be able to justify why your fine is increasing. You just can't willy-nilly say we're going from here to there. So we're taking the steps to document, as part of this process has been going on with this annual report, is how much time are we spending? So because we want to be able to recoup our costs as much as possible. So any increases that we do, we have to be able to substantiate that. And that also goes by what else is happening in the province. And one of the great, I'm going to say one of the benefits of the AMPS program is that we'll be able to do some of that, because we're going to be covering our costs. It's about cost recovery. Once we go to the provincial courts, it's really out of our hands. That person gets to decide what that fine's going to be. And what ends up happening a lot of times is there's negotiations gone in the back room that we don't even get to partake in. And you come out in the court and they're paying a $20 fine because of hardship, whatever their excuse, whatever their reasoning, whatever it was, we don't have the control.
Yes, and I think that part of it you've answered before then, and I guess the only thing is, are we able during the court proceeding to demonstrate that our costs are significant, and we're not trying to make money, we're trying to cover our costs? Is that covered in the court itself?
As part of the proceedings, no.
And that can't be
we've had conversations with the prosecutors who represent us, and sometimes it helps, sometimes it doesn't. I'm going to tell you that the court system, if we take I'm going to say a life-threatening situation, the courts are pretty good to enforce a good stiff penalty. Parking fines and the stuff that's not really life-threatening, they take up too much court time. All the courts are trying to do is get them through the process. So the faster they can go through the court, the better. So when you say, I'll give you $20, then they go, yep, you're through the system. So
thank you for that. I hope you can keep sort of ratcheting it up if you can.
I can tell you that's my personal opinion. The courts might say something a little different.
Well, I'm sure you'll be very effective arm twisting. The second thing I wanted to ask is it in the Municipal Act or somewhere in Ontario government acts where it says that a complaint has to be anonymous, but has to come from somebody else? In other words, what if you hear about a situation, you go and inspect, and there's a problem? I don't care what the complaint is or what it relates to, but why do we have to involve people? Is it in the Municipal Act that says you must do that? Thank you.
All different legislation has different reasons why you can access property. So for example, anything that's life-threatening, legislation pretty much covers that we have that opportunity to enter property. Surprisingly enough, the fire service has more legal rights to enter the people's property than police do. Police can't just enter on a property where the fire service can. When it comes to bylaw issues, we have to be able to demonstrate how we were made aware of the situation and why we're on the property. You just can't walk onto somebody's property.
My question is, where does it say that in the Municipal Act?
There's all different legislations that do it. With the Municipal Act, will govern most of our bylaws.
Okay, so.
And then the township does have a policy that states that we don't act, so we're not, I'm gonna say, we're not progressive, we're reactive.
So is there any reason we can't change that?
We could go through the process without me doing a piece on which bylaws we can, which bylaws we can't. I would have to go through that process.
So we could do something, in some cases, sitting back and always.
Yeah,
I'm not suggesting you're sitting back. If our bylaws, our process is to only react to a complaint, maybe we need to think differently. That's all I wanted to say.
One of the issues that has to be is there's certain things that you have to, as an officer, we would need to see, right? If we don't see it, then we have to have somebody who can say, I seen this. And that's basically boils right down to the grassroots of the laws of the land. We just can't make up a story and go and do something.
If it's a bylaw infraction like shoreline alteration or whatever.
Let's not keep drifting down this road too far, because I think you've raised the point that about the possibility of enforcing bylaws without a complaint being received first.
Well, I realize I'm taking some time, but I think it's important. That's all.
Right.
So maybe I can bring a resolution forward in the future. I will do so. Thank you.
Councillor Hazelton,
I want to pile on.
I hope you do it briefly.
In the last term of council, we heard from our building department that they were going to ask the building staff as they were out doing inspections to just be aware and perhaps identify candidates for further consideration. And I'm hearing from you that that is perhaps not the policy, but I would suggest that there is a belief out there in the wild, wild west that you just do whatever you want to do. And only if you get caught because one of your neighbors complains that you're at risk. And we've also heard that the neighbors are at, likely not wanting to complain. So what was discussed in the last term, where staff who are out and about keep their eyes open, they don't have to go on site, but they could perhaps say, oh, in fact, I've been with a building inspector driving out to my cottage for an inspection at my place. And that building inspector said, that looks like a candidate, and that looks like a candidate, and that looks like a candidate. And I'm thinking, wow, that's pretty effective use of staff time. They could just record those things and go back to the shop, so to speak, and see whether they are in fact candidates for further consideration. I put that out there, and I know I'm piling on, I'll stop it, but I think that there needs to be an ability of our township to not only work in a reactive manner, and staff certainly have the skills to glance at something and say, that looks like a candidate. Why don't we take a look at it?
So just to quickly, that takes resources. That's going to take, it goes back to Councillor Bochuk's point of funding. One of the other things is that you have provincial legislation that spells out what we have. So if I go into a building, for example, and I see a fire code infraction, I have an obligation. I don't need a complaint. I have the obligation. When it comes to bylaws that are done by the municipality, that creates a whole different reporting mechanism and all of that goes along with it. It's because of bylaws are municipal, provincial legislation, you have different rights, and that we have to monitor that. So bylaw going it, when somebody from the building department sees something, they have a duty to act. If they don't, they start to become liable for that, right? If they know it, it's the same with the fire department. When we go into it and we see an infraction, and we know it, then we start to become liable for it. So we gotta act on it. Bylaws are a different story.
All right, thank you very much. CEO Mariotti.
Thank you, Mayor Coetzee. I'd just like to point out that staff is not reactive. When staff goes out, for example, the building department, and Ms. Nicholson can chime in on this, but when staff from the building department go out from this office to the to a site to inspect a building, if they notice along their travels that there is another building that doesn't seem quite right, they will follow up. They don't go out to a site with their eyes blinkered and come back and wait for a complaint to come in. So I want to let council know that staff here do their job to the best of their abilities. We do not act on hearsay. So if someone has a problem, they do have to register their complaint formally with their name and address. It will be confidential. But should something arise down the road, we need to be able to say that we acted in good faith based on firsthand information and not hearsay. And we don't want to get involved with neighbor disputes unless there is, an absolutely valid reason. So as Chief has alluded, if they go on site to answer to a fire call and they see something else, they will act on that. Building will do the same, planning will do the same, ops will do the same. So that's my feedback.
All right, thank you. I have moved by Councillor Predko, seconded by Councillor Jarvis. Be it resolved, the council received the 2022 Bylaw Department Annual Report for information. All those in favor? And that is carried. And a good 25 minutes late, I'm going to call a 10-minute washroom break, bio break, whatever you want to call it. And let's get, and Mr. Chan, I'm very impressed that everybody's at their seat before the 11:40 deadline, so I'm going to celebrate by reconvening 11:39.
So anxious.
I'm keen. I'm keen. And I'm keen to hear from Mr. Chan about the administrative monetary penalty system. To you, please.
Thank you, Your Worship, Council. So there was a lot of questions in the earlier session, and I'm hoping to introduce you to the beast that will be able to fix a lot of those problems. So this is the authority that allows for the municipalities to act in the process of the administrative monetary penalties. I presently, or in previous life, I was working for the city of Vaughan, which was the very first municipality that brought in AMPs in 2007. So I do have a little bit of a background in it. Administrative penalties can be applied to any bylaws within the township. Administrative penalties can't interfere or applied to any legislation of a higher authority, such as what Tony has expressed earlier, the fire code and the building code. Administrative penalties is a penalty imposed directly upon an offender within the administrative process, rather than a judicial process, but must meet the requirements set under the regulations specified in the municipal act. This also means that the disputes will be dealt with through an administrative process on unlike well, similar to the provincial courts. The intention is that the date of a penalty notice is issued, that the process will not be longer than 3 months. With the sensitive timelines and penalties associated, will ensure that each matter is resolved. So from the date that a ticket is written, whatever the issue is, that the process will be resolved within 3 months. That is the intention of it. The city of Vaughan was the first municipality to switch the process in 2009. This was done because parking revenue returns were far less than what was issued, much to what you guys had discussed earlier. Much was due to the backing log in the court system and relying on the York region to facilitate court proceedings. These were parking offenses that were over time, months or over years old. In the Part 2 process of provincial courts, a parking ticket can always be reopened even though a guilty plea has been issued. So if the person goes to renew their driver's license for instance, 5 years later, and it's inhibiting them from doing that, they have the right to go to court, talk to a judge, and have those cases reopened. The problem is a lot of times within that 3 years, that officer might no longer be existing within the municipality. So when it comes to the courts, it's automatically quashed, whether or not there was a guilty plea. Fines can always be reduced to, again, in the interest of the provincial courts, their interest is always to get a guilty plea, regardless of the fine. That's why you'll see very low fines being returned. City of Toronto had approximately $2.6 million in lost revenue because of this. Toronto and a number of other municipalities tried even facilitating night courts to try to catch up with little avail. Parking and bylaw related offenses were deemed lesser offenses, like Tony had suggested. Generally, the focus was to be placed on higher tier issues of safety, which are generally your speeding, your fine, your reckless driving. And for those issues, a lot of times the court system would knock out an entire tier because they didn't have the time to facilitate the parking offenses. So the first thing would be parking offenses. The other was also COVID. In COVID, it was regarded as an issue. Vaughan was one of the highest municipalities that enforced the provincial legislation for COVID. A lot of those COVID issues were thrown out because they were deemed lesser later on. Many of the municipalities also found that many of the justices were being taking as a soft approach or reducing the fine. Offenders were becoming effective at swaying the judges to significantly reduce or suspend the fines and permitting crazy amounts of time to pay. As there is not a statute of limitation on reopening of Part 2s, like I discussed earlier, a lot of these would be reopened and quashed, or if not, given a guilty plea with a very low fine. Municipality is required to develop standards and policies related to a system of administrative penalties. Some of these requirements will be set within the bylaw, and some are standalone policies that would need to receive council approval. Procedures to provide a standardized, accessible, and efficient mechanism for filing and processing of complaints made by the public and respect to the administrative monetary penalties. This only applies to program itself. It does not relate to the conduct of employees or the aspects of parking enforcement or the duties of. No person shall attempt to direct or indirect or to communicate with or influence a screening or a hearing officer's decision in a proceeding that is or will be pending before the screening hearing. Failure to comply with this is a policy would be constituted on the offense under the administrative penalty bylaw. Decisions made by the hearing officers are final and binding. This includes everybody, staff, council members, or general public. This policy defines what constitutes or conflicts of interest relation to the administrative of the system to prevent such conflicts of interest. The appointment of the screening and hearing officer shall be consistent with the conflict of interest guidelines. Now, the other part of it is that the only next tier to AMPS is the Constitution of Rights. They actually have to apply. It's like a $16,000 to even be able to have their matter heard. So this would be the benefits. An example that we have presently, OPP officers who may attend a matter for noise or, for example, may not be escalating or dealing with the relation to the bylaw. With this AMPS process, if that OPP officer was to provide us with their notes or report of the incident, a bylaw officer would be able to issue a fine accordingly if all the violation criteria were met, which would not happen in this present process. Another similar is if the fire services did the exact same thing. They attended an address and seen something that was of interest. It might be the fact that we have a history with that specific address, and they see something that we can issue a fine for. We could also do that under AMPS, not under the current process. Staff are the prosecutors of their own cases, which now I believe it's a $600 a day prosecution fee, where our staff who are issuing the charge, who are actually involved in the process, would actually prosecute, deal with, and be the person that would be asking that person across from them the tough questions on why the charges were issued. Statements and testimonies could be given from a complainant through AMPS, as they are the ones directly affected from the issue that would be upheld. So where we were talking about people who were making complaints or this will stop those frivolous complaints, because if it directly impacts them, we're being used as the tool to issue the fine, and according to their information, how it affects them, how it deals with them, it will stop the frivolous complaints, but it will also address the issues directly. Since COVID, majority of and I mentioned the COVID about the dockets and everything like that. Presently now, when staff issue a provincial offense ticket or a parking offense, has to be physically brought and filed to Bracebridge, which again, Tony had alluded to the 2 hours. But also under provincial offenses, we have to find or see the commitment of that offense to issue the charge. If not, we're basing it on a statement and issuing that charge also. But the nice thing about it is that right now, we have to actually give the ticket to that person or corporation directly. These are the administrative fees that could be added or during to help with the costs. Late payments or administrative penalty is $60. Failure to attend a screening or a hearing that is scheduled is $112. $10 for documentary fees, $20 that's charged by MTO automatically. The administrative penalty fees are added to the original penalty and are cumulative. Fees do not form part of the total amount that are collected by agencies such as MTO. If the issues are attached to the property, fines can be applied to the tax roll. These are the bylaws that we would have intentions of flipping over right away to AMPS, which most of these are already have short form wording, which would help us do that as well. Enforcement parking of administrative penalty. The regulations prescribe various means to facilitate the collection of a parking administrative penalty is not paid, plate denial, a collection agency. I know for a fact that Vaughn had a collection officer within our department. He made so much money, he had to be taken out of the department and put into the financial department because of the optics of it. He brought back $3 million in revenue in a year. Certification of default or civil court action. Present a parking ticket needs to be placed on a vehicle at the time of the offense. This is the golden rule of AMPS. Under AMPS, a penalty notice for any bylaw related offense, penalty notices can now be served a number of ways to increase the efficiency. Placing it on the vehicle in a conspicuous place at the time of the contravention, handing it to the operator of the vehicle offense, or the person having care and control of the vehicle at the time of the contravention, or mailing to the owner via registered mail as soon as a reasonable practical, or delivering it personally to the address of the owner as soon as practical, or delivering it as an attachment in an email sent to the known email address of the owner. So I'm not hunting to come back to a person to present them with a Part 1 offense multiple times. I have these at my discretion and at my disposal. A person receiving a penalty notice will have 15 days to either pay or request a screening of the penalty within 30 days of the offense. The owner of the vehicle or bylaw related offense must be provided with reasonable notice that an administrative penalty is payable. PDN or past due notice sent within 15 days having it lapsed. The officer issuing the penalty notice may not accept payment of the penalty. That is in hand or physically in front of the person. That if they are not satisfied with the screening provided, exercise their option to push the matter to a hearing with a hearing officer where it is at the level and that decision is final and binding. So they would hold the same level as a justice of the peace. If they are still not satisfied, the next process would have to be an application to the Supreme Court of Canada, which no matter has been pushed that far as it is a minimum of 16K to start the process. Should a person not agree with the screening officer's decision, they have the right to have the decision reviewed by a hearing officer. This replaces the trial in the POA system. The hearing officer are appointed by delegated authority from the director or fire chief. Officer who is unable to attend the matter due to an absence or illness or retirement is not necessary at another staff member or employee can attend to present the evidence in the matter. In the past processes, this matter would have been automatically tossed. The hearing officer may affirm or reduce or cancel the decision of the screening officer. The decision of the screening officer is fine. A A person receiving a penalty notice has a right to request a review of the penalty. The first step review is conducted by a screening officer. This replaces the first attendance in the POA system. The screening officer are appointed by delegated authority by the Director of Fire Chief. And the screening officer may affirm or reduce or cancel the penalty as well. Extenuating circumstances, a person may request an extension of time in which to request a review by a screening officer or review by a hearing officer. A person may also request a reasonable reduction by validating their financial constraints from the screening officer or hearing officer. This allows the screening officer or hearing officer the decision to excuse a person from paying all part of the administrative penalty, including any administrative fees, if requiring them to do so would cause undue hardship. This would be used if our other remedies were not likely to be effective, extension of time to pay, for example. So as you guys had seen earlier, in the 9 bylaw matters, 2022 with a total revenue of 600, but with the prosecution fees of 1253 gave us a net loss. 9 planning matters, which were also brought to your attention, they were brought forward because of the higher fines. We were able to net some revenue. Under AMPS, whether we have one matter a full day, estimated hearing matters per matter would be about $60. This is due to the officers that would be facilitating and prosecuting their own charges instead of a prosecutor. And here we are at the end.
All right, well, thank you very much for that. Very interesting. And I see already Councilor Graziano has his hand raised, so I'll let you start off the.
Your worship, can I just want to add something?
Jace, go ahead, please.
Just with this presentation, you've seen that it was the appointment of the Director of Fire, right? That can be council's direction that you would delegate me to be always looking for that appointment officer when we do it. I've spoke to the CAO about it, and I'm hoping that we'll be able to work with some of our other municipalities within the district that they have appointment officers. So if that officer for some reason becomes ill or whatever, we're able to change. Oh, can we have your hearing officer to do that? And that's why we kind of looked at it to leave it with the authority of the fire chief to be able to do it. If that's becomes an issue, then we can appoint somebody else that the CAO does it or whatever. So I just wanted to make sure that that's not part of the AMPS legislation, but where we're looking to do it.
All right, thank you. Councilor Graziano.
Thank you, Your Worship. If I can, Mr. Chan, great presentation. Thank you for the PowerPoint slide and walking us through what this is going to look like. A couple of questions, if I can, with regards to the costs. You had articulated that it was going to be roughly around $60 per. I'm assuming that's based on a 10 matter day. Is that correct? Because you'd also articulated earlier that it was going to be roughly around $600 per day for the administration of these tickets or violations.
So through your worship, the matters are usually 10 to 15 minutes long. So those sessions are very scripted, and there's a very specific rules within that as well. I didn't include it because of obviously time. The $60 is based on basically us going in and breakdown of the hearing officer. A clerk would also be needed because those sessions are recorded, not unlike any other court session. But the breakdown is very minimal because of that reason, because there's very less staff time needed for it.
Just Counselor, I'm going to just add to that. So what the purpose of is because you're on a very strict timeline to keep things moving. So we may have one, I'm going to say, case that's gone to the hearing officer. It's $60 per case. So if we arrange 10 cases for one day, then it would be $600. But that fee is negotiable with our hearing officers and saying, you're here for the whole day. What are you going to charge me? So that potentially number could change, but we've got to look at it if, because of the 30-day and the 15-day timelines, the average going rate out there right now is $60 per matter.
Excellent. I do have a follow-up question and a follow-up comment, if I may as well. You'd mentioned that right now, as it stands, officers are not able to collect the fine as they're writing the ticket or the infraction. I've seen in the past in other municipalities, well, not in Ontario rather, but in other areas, where officers were able to collect the fine right there on the spot with a POS system or device. Is that something that we'd be looking at in the future to try to help alleviate even this process?
I don't think you would want to put an officer in that position, to be honest, because we're there to deal with the safety issue or issue the fine. Following up and having them be responsible for taking payment would not be something I would recommend. It's the optics of it.
Sure, fair enough. And just lastly on my comment note, you had just addressed optics, and I agree with you. I think optics or perception is somewhat a reality here. And I would just generally say that the person that we do choose to be the intake officer, the officer that presides over these hearings, we may want to consider someone that's quite credible and perhaps has a degree in some, either a clerk or something, a former court clerk or something along those lines to make sure that they're impartial. Thank you.
Through your worship, generally the other part of it is as it stated, the screening officer at the provincial level is somebody from the district. Whereas we would have somebody here for the screening officer would be somebody from the municipality who would know how that issue would directly affect us and take that into consideration, for example. For example, when you were talking about the fire ban, if it's at a high level, and we've issued that charges, 10 times out of 10, the screening officer at the provincial level will look at it, come in with maybe the level of half of the fine for a guilty plea, and their interest is just to resolve or not have that go any further. So their interest is just to get the person out of there. So as long as they get it, so they will reduce it automatically to half, where, that's $250 is still significant, where somebody here that is in that screening role for the township would look at that and say, no, you were burning at a very high level, which caused a safety issue. And we will maybe reduce it to maybe by $20 or maybe by $50. I don't know, whatever the criteria that is set, and look at that matter a little bit more harsher than it would be looked at the district level. I don't know if that makes any sense, but I think that somebody working for the township who would address that issue initially would kind of take that a little more serious. And if that word could get out within the township, I think that would be more preventative, if that makes any sense.
Your worship, I'm just going to add a little bit. So that screening officer most likely, and we haven't worked through all of the pieces of it within our own organization, but it could be the clerk's department, for example, that they look at it. It won't be, I'm going to say, the enforcement branch, fire and bylaw. We wrote the ticket. We're biased. So somebody else were doing it. When it comes to the hearing officer, that will be a position that we're looking outside of it won't even be within our own organization. There'll be a number of people out there that are now, I'm going to say, doing that. So they may be legal, they may be attorneys that are retired. It could be justice of the peace that are retired, anybody of that. And we would go out for as a job, and people would apply, and we go for it from there. And that's why I'm looking at speaking with the CAO is to try to do something with the district. So there's a number of people that we could pick for a hearing.
Our clerks have big hearts, so I think they'd be a great choice. Thank you.
Counselor Pedko, please.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor, thank you for the presentation. It's a great presentation and very interesting opportunities for improving our enforcement process. My questions are really around sort of the scope of the budget. I know we don't have that many bylaw complaints that in infractions and tickets that we issue. But are we anticipating assigning the screening role would be an additional headcount? Are we looking at sort of this for an implementation in 2023? And do we need to make some sort of motion towards funding for it?
So currently, we're not looking at hiring an individual just to be the screening officer. It'll be, if it went to that, we'll be looking at the clerks. They may, with some of the other workload, there may be funding that comes that we would collect from the AMPS program that would go towards health offsetting another salary, for example. But we're currently looking at that with the short-term rentals and the AMPS program, that's going to be a one individual within the bylaw department, just running those two programs, staying on top of it, finding out the fees, making sure all our deadlines are being met and so forth with that. And with the funds being generated by both of those two programs, we suspect at this point that will more than cover the one individual.
Okay.
And we showed that in our last report to council with the short-term rentals, that there will be more than enough revenue generated to help and pay that cost.
Okay, so and then just to follow up, this is really implementation for 2024 or 2023?
The process of implementing this will start immediately. We know that the speaking to I'll tell council that we're modeling our system over with a lot of input from Lake of Bays. They've just gone through it. They've got it implemented. It's not fully implemented, but they're going through it. So we're taking a lot of their learning curves, being the same type of municipality as ourselves type of thing and that. So we're basing a lot of it off of there. And we'll be starting the process fairly quickly if council wants to go down this road, because there's a lot of bylaws, and the agreement that we have to make with the MTO is that process took Lake of Bays 1 year to go through.
Okay.
So we want to get started on that one fairly quickly to move forward.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper, please.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the report. Just sort of a jurisdictional question, maybe, Tony. You talked about collaborating with the district and following a format that Lake of Bays have. Just out of curiosity, can we not work with our other neighbors, i.e. Simcoe County, Perry Sound? Just curious about it. Is there any reason that we have to deal with through the district on both enforcement, hearing activities, whatever?
Yeah, no, there's nothing to say we have to work with the district. I can tell you that the one individual that we have been speaking to has been a great help to us, but we don't want to get him too involved, because we would like to have him apply to be our hearing officer. So we had to cut off our ties with him after he told us. I'm going to say he educated us on this system. That's what really got the ball rolling. And with his experience and all of that, he does a number of municipalities and they schedule the hearing. So it's all by virtual. So he could be doing one hearing here in Georgian Bay, and an hour later, he's doing a virtual one for the city of Guelph, for example. So that's the process. It's all done by virtual, so we're not tying up our staff in travel times and that, but we pay them, it roughly takes them approximately an hour for each matter. By the time they listen to the person, by the time they do the verdict, and then there's a fair amount, there's a significant amount of paperwork that has to be done to go through the system to, I'm gonna say, to collect.
Thank you for that. I think you've covered it. My concern, which was that you've identified somebody that can provide a service to us, and we aren't really governed to go and work with the district. It's, for one thing, it's a long drive, and if we had to be in person. So this would all be virtual, and most of the time, or all of the time, and I'm just curious about that.
We have to offer both situations. 90% of them, 95% of them, I would suspect are going to be virtual for people, but we do have some people that we would have to accommodate for if they chose to go that route. And we may have to bring the individual here, then we would probably incur some traveling expenses, but all of that stuff will be, we should be able to recoup. I'll be honest with you, council. I'm not an expert in this right now. This is all a learning curve, and I'm counting on a lot of individuals who have implemented in that and listening and trying to take. The first question I says, if you had to do it all over again, what would you do differently? And we're taking those things as our learning curve to make sure we try to implement it the right way.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Jarvis, I had seen your hand. Did you intentionally take it down?
I intentionally took it down because my question was answered. Thank you.
Perfect. Councillor Hazelton, please.
Thank you. I too was interested in the virtual element of it, so thank you for addressing that. My question really is more on the wording of the recommendation that's in front of us. It's saying that council will approve staff to implement the requisite bylaws, and I'm wondering, is it really more that you're going to approve staff to bring back the recommended bylaws for council approval? Because that's what I'm assuming the process needs to be.
So 100% you're correct. That first of all, we need your authorization to start to go down this road and create those bylaws and that. But each individual bylaw will be coming forward to council for your approval with the penalties that would be associated with it, because that will all be part of forming that bylaw.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. I think what in quick discussion with our clerk suggesting we replace the word implement with prepare. That if the motion would read that council approves staff to prepare the requisite bylaws for an administrative monetary penalty system. So that, because it would be subject to our approval. I think you, a good editorial catch, in my opinion. I think this system is a great idea. I mean, I like the idea that we're bringing these fines for these, call it lower level crimes. I know they're not crimes, but you know what I mean? Lower level things in-house versus having to go to the province in Bracebridge. I think it's very interesting to note, and I remember from a few years ago talking to one of our residents who had been fined, if memory served, it was $1,000 fine, and I may mess up the details, but it was $1,000 fine reduced by Bracebridge to $500. But then Bracebridge proceeded to add on court costs and victim funds, and she ended up paying, I think it was $900. But we at the township received $500 because the other $400 Bracebridge distributed elsewhere, but we intended to fine her $1,000. So when I look at an example like that, I say, well, this makes so much more sense. We don't need to involve all these other people at a different level. I also greatly appreciate the fact that Chief and Mr. Chan, everybody else involved this, you're going to neighbors and learning from their experience. And I applaud not only you for doing so, but I applaud our neighbors for sharing their experiences. I mean, municipalities often are very good that way, that they're willing to share their experiences with other municipalities. So you don't have to totally reinvent the wheel each time. So I think that's a terrific thing. And I think, it's going to result in faster prosecutions. It's going to result in, I think, a higher percentage of the fine staying in-house. And I think, we talk about the having these various levels of review, but I think the screening officer, which is step one, is in-house. And I would imagine for probably at least 3/4 of the cases, they're done, it's done. You got caught parking inappropriately, it's $100 fine. You come on in here and Madam Clerk says, oh, shame on you, but that's going to be $100. But she'll be having the title screening officer at the time, and we carry on, done. Nobody has to drive over to Bracebridge. So I think it's been a lot of work to get this far, but I think it's absolutely a step in the right direction for this township. And other municipalities have learned from it. So I applaud you and I say thank you very much. So yes, I will vote in favor when I call the vote. We'll find out what the rest of council does.
I just wanted
Chief
to add one thing, just so council's aware that the provincial government is also looking at putting some of the provincial regulations that will be able to go through this process. Just to give you a heads up, that this is potentially going forward. And I know from sitting on the board of directors for the Ontario Association of Fire Chiefs, that this was brought to the Solicitor General's office, that some of the, I'm going to say, smaller stuff in the Ontario regulations would be able to go through the AMPS program. So such as going to a house where there's no working smoke alarm, or we could issue an AMPS fine through that system. And all of that is going through, and we were hoping by the fall of this year that would be in process. So then there's been conversations. I know that there'll be certain things under the building code that will be allowed to go that route too. So there's a number of regulations that I'm going to say for the minor stuff. There'll still be stuff that you have no choice. You're going to a provincial court to go through that, but that's what the government has advised that they're looking at. So we want to be prepared that if that goes, we want to be able to grab that revenue while we can.
I apologize to everyone for this, but you're basically saying that the province is considering amping up the AMPS system?
I guess you're amping it.
Okay, now that I've given. Now that I've shared that groaner with you. Moved by Councillor Bocek, seconded by Councillor Cooper. Be it resolved that council approves staff to prepare the requisite bylaws for an administrative monetary penalty system, or AMPS, and that the appropriate public notice of the proposed bylaw amendments be provided. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Honey Harbor Pickleball Courts. Mr. Sokash, I see you're attending online.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I trust you can hear me fine. I see I'm only a silhouette, but it is me.
Yeah, you did this shape. It looks more or less like you, so we're going to take your word for it. Go ahead, please.
This report is a follow-up to a report in March of this year where we reported on the tender results for pickleball courts. In the March report, it was pointed out that the tender results were well above the budget, and it was recommended by the proponent who helped with the fundraising and who is highly involved in pickleball across Canada as well as the United States, that we go out and attempt to get quotes from suppliers. There are primarily 3 court contractors in Ontario. All 3 of them were contacted. Only one of them chose to bid. The other 2, they were just too busy to do the work this year. So we're bringing that bid to you in our report. It is, I believe, for around $280,000, which is within our budget. Our budget is $300,000. We do need the additional, the remaining funds to cut down 6 or 7 trees that are in the way of the court. So we are seeking council's affirmation to proceed with this project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So basically, it's good news in that we're able to now, after a couple of frustrated attempts, get somebody who's willing to do it within our budget. Council, any discussion? Councilor Bocek, please.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Sokach, there was, in the original report, there was a viewing area that was supposed to be adjacent to the pickleball courts. And there was some inference at that time that it would be in a working relationship with the Indigenous community and the Métis Council as far as the coloration goes. Can you tell me if this quote includes the viewing area that was mentioned back at the original proposal?
Through the mayor, is it possible you're mixing up the pickleball court and the pavilion? Because in the pavilion, there was a provision for that, but not in the pickleball court.
Okay, I'll review the report, but my understanding was that in the Honey Harbor Park itself, there was going to be a viewing area, and that there would be bleachers of some sort put in, and it was tied together with the Indigenous community. But I will go back to that report and make sure that I'm not speaking out of hat here and that it wasn't for the pavilion. But my
Okay, thank you. And I will be in the rest of the week if you want to meet up or buy me a coffee to discuss it.
Double it is. I'll see you later this week.
Thank you, sir.
But for confirmation, this is for the courts, and there's nothing in this bid for bleachers, I believe.
That's correct.
Councilor Jarvis, please.
Thank you, Brad, for the report. It's nice to see this is likely going to be moving forward. I see we're removing trees from an environmentally conscious municipality. Is there going to be some accommodation for the replacement and the planting of other trees somewhere else to compensate for the loss of what's coming down?
Through the mayor, we are taking a larger look at the number of trees that have need to come down across the township and parks and open spaces in the last couple of years. And in the next coming months, we anticipate bringing a report forward as well as a request for budgetary funds in 2024 to start replacing some of those trees. We're losing quite a few in Port Severn Park from different diseases as well as from the construction. Unfortunately, these trees are just in the way of the courts. We can't build the courts without removing the trees. Thank you.
I understand that. Thank you.
Thank you. Not seeing any other hands. I'm going to have moved by Councillor Hazelton, second by Councillor Graziano. Be it resolved, the council authorize the court contractors in the amount of $280,450 plus HST for the Honey Harbor pickleball courts. All those in favor? And that is carried, looks like unanimously. All right. And next we have reduction of emissions at municipal facilities from our sustainability department. Ms. Schneier, over to you, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. This is a report to provide council with the updated information with respect to the RFP process that we went through to be able to do an environmental retrofit on examination on all of our municipal spaces. And so we're bringing forward the RFP proposals to you and requesting that we move ahead with efficient engineering and be able to start the process. I just want to also confirm that we're not asking you for any additional funding. This was already funded through the Federation of Community Municipalities, as well as $40,000 in the 2023 budget. It's really just a confirmation of the provider.
All right, thank you. Any questions? Counselor Jarvis.
You just indicated there was no additional funds, but you note in the recommendation that council's direct staff to have a contingency of up to 4 additional in-person meetings. Is that additional monies or is that part of the original?
Through your worship, Councillor Jarvis, it is within the scope of the budget.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have moved by Councillor Cooper, second by Councillor Hazelton. Be it resolved that council directs staff to proceed with a submission to the RFP 2023-04 analysis and findings report for the reduction of emissions at 15 municipal facilities in Georgian Bay in the amount of $235,490 plus HST from efficiency engineering. And the council directs staff to have a contingency for up to 4 additional in-person meetings with efficiency engineering at $950 per meeting plus HST if required. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. Oh.
No.
On the next item, Councillor Bochek has been seen to be walking away. But as an applicant, he's allowed to attend. And this is moved by Councillor Jarvis, sent by Councillor Predko. Be it resolved, the council allow an exemption to the fireworks bylaw for Brian Bochek to set off fireworks on June 10th, 2023. Any discussion? All those in favor? Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
Okay. We will give, no, before we call the vote, we'll give you a moment to be silly.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to say what better an opportunity to allow for fireworks than to celebrate a specific event. And I think that this event is well warranted. So I definitely support this.
Thank you. Councillor Hazelton.
Yeah, I too support it, but I would also recommend that Councillor Bochek do what he said he could do earlier, which is he can walk to church and pray for rain, because in the current state, if it doesn't rain, there'll be no fireworks.
Councillor Cooper, did you also have a comment?
I think I heard earlier that this would only happen if we have a change in our current fire ban situation. So that's understandable, and I'd be happy if we do have a change. So thank you.
All those in favor? And that is carried. Mr. Bochek, you can return. And we have a somewhat similar. Moved by Councillor Predko, seconded by Councillor Jarvis. Be it resolved, the council allow an exemption to the fireworks bylaw for Margaret Eaton Kent to set off fireworks on July 29th, 2023. Not included in this motion, but is to celebrate the wedding, I understand. Any discussion on this? All those in favor? And that is carried. If only all our motions could be that efficient.
Was it something we said? Oh, perfect.
It must have been your facial expression. Thank you, sir, for your attendance. Shall we charge through at new business, or would you like to take a lunch break first? Okay, let's do a lunch break and then we'll go into new business, because we also have a closed session for this afternoon as well. So I'm going to say, you want 35 minutes? Do you want 50 minutes? Let's reconvene. It's now almost 12:30. Let's reconvene at 1:15, sorry, 1:15. See you all at 1:15, please. Thank you very much. Right, 1:6. I didn't even turn my mic on. I apologize to everyone. Anyway, we're now getting back at it. It's still 1:15. Saved by the numbers. Item, new business, item A is support for Bill 5, and Councillor Pedco, over to you, please.
Thank you, and through you, the mayor. As you're aware, Bill 5 was a private member's bill intended to extend penalties for abusive and harassing behavior by elected officials and board members covered by municipal acts. My original intent was to introduce a motion to show support for Bill 5, but unfortunately, the bill was voted down last week in the Ontario legislature. But I think it's still important to recognize and affirm that abusive behavior has no place in any workplace, including municipal offices. And one thing that I've learned in my career in business is that the tone from the top is vitally important and shapes the corporate and employee culture. No one, including executives or elected or appointed officials, should take advantage of their position to affect others through aggressive behavior. And additionally, a poor corporate culture affects the staffing and turnover rates. Municipalities in rural areas such as ours already have a hard time attracting talent to vacancies. And as such, we need to do what we can to ensure there's a positive work culture, not only to retain staff, but to attract future talent to our township. Luckily, this isn't really a problem, specifically in the Township of Georgian Bay. Our code of conduct already includes provisions for addressing harassing behavior by elected or appointed officials, but elsewhere in the province, this is not necessarily the case. My motion today is to express regret that Bill 5 did not pass in the legislature and to urge the Ontario government to reevaluate the merits of this sentiment and the values in Bill 5 and reintroduce new legislation to address this issue.
Thank you. With my apologies to council, I forgot to see if there's a seconder to this motion. Councillor Jarvis, I see your hand. Anyone else wish to comment on this? Councillor Jarvis.
Yeah, I think it should be recorded that our MPP voted against this bill. I think that's an unfortunate situation, but that is one of the reasons why we are looking at this proposal the way it's been worded here today. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other comments that anyone wishes to make? Councillor Cooper.
There's a few things. One, in theory, this may be worth thinking about, but it has been turned down. I'm not seeing the benefit. I don't see the application here at the township. We do have a code of conduct, and I know that was mentioned, but we have had a long history of code of conduct and various things through our integrity commissioner. I have 16 pages of examples of what's happened with that kind of thing in this township. Most unfortunate. And if you read the ombudsman's report about what integrity commissioners do and what the ombudsman's office is there for, is to try and get municipalities and people in municipalities, staff and council to work together collaboratively, not to weaponize, use the code of conduct as a weapon. And I think that is concerning. So I just wanted to say that I'm sorry, because of a long history that not all of you may be aware, but going back to 2012, been 16 examples of code of conduct that have been brought forth. And if you read through it carefully, virtually nothing is justified. So I don't feel that this is justified either. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Graziano.
Thank you, Worship. Harassment is very real, and for the recipient of harassment, can be very painful as well. Having to endure that in a workplace is not anything that I would ever hope for or wish on anyone. With that being said, though, there are a couple of concerns that I have here. First and foremost, I do want to extend support on the fact that in Councillor Predko's motion here, the very last line, I believe, that said that the Township of Georgian Bay encourage all municipalities to register their support protecting their employees and enabling them to successfully carry out the province's mandates. I would absolutely agree with that. And I would absolutely be happy to share my support. On this particular motion, though, specifically on expressing regrets in the outcome of the legislature rather, I have to look at our provincial politicians and defer to them in their infinite wisdom as to why and what. And when I looked at Bill 5, I read it in its entirety because I did want to do my due diligence in advance. There were some concerns that I had specifically on it not being, it being a bit too broad. It didn't really specify why or what would constitute such an egregious act that would have us councillors be recommended to the courts for removal. Rather, it just simply said that as long as the integrity commissioner does recommend or does see that and confirm that there was a harassment, whatever that may be, that it would be recommended to the courts for removal. And I felt that that was far too ambiguous, a little too broad, and somewhat concerning to me. Something I couldn't have supported. Now, if it was a little bit more in depth and a little bit more specific to what would have constituted, a claim of harassment that would then be referred back to the court, and if it was specific enough that made sense, I would likely have changed my mind. So with that being said, I can't support this as it stands in Bill 5 specifically. I can't express my regret, given that this is very, very broad at this current time. If it was distilled down to be a little tighter, absolutely, I think I could support this, but I can't at this point. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bocheck, please.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Mayor, I have a few comments on this. I was a victim of the provincial court system in a matter of council where they did take me to the province to Superior Court and asked for me to be removed from my chair, as well as fines and everything else. Through the provincial court system, I was found to be not at fault and not guilty, and it was vexatious. And hence I was freed and let out of jail. At the cost of the township, $125,000 in indemnity. So I just wanted to add my opinion to this, that I am in full support of the current system using the Integrity Commissioner, Susan Craig, to adjudicate and bring to council a report for council to make the decision on the penalty. When you leave it up to the provincial court system, you involve everyone, and those costs become astronomical. So I am not in support of Bill 5, and I'm certainly not in support of supporting this resolution, just because I've been a victim of what can happen at the provincial level. So I will not be supporting this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hazel, did you want to weigh in?
Thank you. I wanted to state that I agree with the sentiments, some of the sentiments expressed here, and I think Councillor Graziano started off with a couple of great statements. But I too find that in this case, I think that we are introducing capabilities or potentially introducing capabilities that are not needed in our township. I'm delighted that Councillor Predko has suggested that we don't have these problems today. I think that our code of conduct has been exercised in a manner to basically equate to the capabilities of eliminating harassment and abusive behavior. And so I think in our township, this is a non-issue. And I hate introducing new legislation or new policies that basically pile on existing policies that currently are, I think, working. I'm very disturbed to hear that there are other municipalities that may not have the kind of teeth in their code of conduct, which I thought was required in all municipalities. But if they don't have the teeth in their code of conduct policies to deal with this kind of issue, then I would certainly support and encourage them to do that. But I cannot see how this kind of legislation would be new and additive in value to our township based on what we currently have in place and the rigors of our current code of conduct. Thank you.
Thank you. I guess I take the opposite view than what I've heard from some of you, in that we know there have been cases in the past in this province where individual councillors, and I'm not talking within our township, but individual councillors have been abusive towards staff in the form of harassment and sometimes sexual harassment. And they've been called to in front of the integrity commissioner, and the worst thing that can happen to them is they lose 3 months' pay. And short of going through the criminal courts and that, which in a couple of cases apparently has happened, the counselor just keeps carrying on with the inappropriate behavior. I think that it's important that and efficient that the province would set standards and allow that under certain circumstances that investigations can lead to greater penalties. And I think it's also very important in certain circumstances that counselors can actually be removed from their seat for behavior that's well over the line. I think it's important to note here that I understand, I believe it was Councilor Graziano who didn't like the one sentence that says expresses regret in the outcome of Bill 5. But I think the rest of it is we're encouraging the province to show leadership in a bill that protects municipal government employees against harassment and abuse. And I think that is actually a good thing. And I am in favor of this motion because I think it's very important that municipal employees are protected from abusive counselors. And obviously this isn't trying to address the issues, the code of conflict or code of behavior issues that are, I'm going to call it relatively minor because they wouldn't qualify as abuse. This is for the significantly bad behavior of some counselors. And I don't know what the future holds for our councils in the future, in the upcoming elections, or who we may or may not elect. But I think this is I think it's very important for the province to have legislation that protects municipal employees from council. So with that, I see hands for a second round. So we'll do a second round, and we'll start with Councillor Predko, please.
Thank you. And through you, the mayor, I'd be happy to amend the motion to remove expressing regret at the outcome of Bill 5's fate in the legislature. I do think that across the province, having the ability for egregious behavior to be identified and rectified is important. And I do think that by making a statement, I do think that it helps set a message to the greater community that we as a council value not just our employees, but good behavior across the organization. And we are a place where people would want to come and work that has a positive culture.
Thank you, Councillor Jarvis. As a seconder, would you be agreeable to the removal of the
Certainly.
the regret whereas?
Yeah, I have no
Okay.
problem with that.
Okay. And did you want to make some additional comments, Councillor Jarvis?
Yeah, I've heard very clearly statements made by fellow councillors with regards to what's happened in the past and the possible weaponization of any kind of policy brought down by the province. And I fully understand the implications of that. I think, but though, that we've got to show a little bit of, it's better that we show leadership at the ground roots level on this one and push a little harder. The state of polarization within the political realm these days is rather scary. And I think what some people consider to be acceptable behavior at any level of government and otherwise is certainly a lower level than what we would have accepted a number of years ago. And I think that we've got to make it imperative through the province that there's got to be there got to be standards in place for this. And it's the best way to do it right now. So I'm still currently very much in favor of this. Thanks.
Thank you. Any additional comments before I call the vote? I will read the motion in front of us. It's moved by Councillor Predko, seconded by Councillor Jarvis. Whereas municipalities need to ensure a psychologically safe workplace for all employees. And whereas municipalities are obligated to meet the mandates of the provincial government, including assisting in infrastructure for growth, development, and housing. And whereas municipalities are experiencing staff shortages that can be made worse in unsafe working environments, making it more difficult than ever to meet the aggressive targets set by the province. And whereas Bill 5, Stopping Harassment and Abuse by Local Leaders Act, was introduced in the Ontario legislation by MPP Stephen Blade through a member's private bill on August 10th, 2022. And whereas Bill 5 was supported by 155 municipalities across Ontario to date. And whereas Bill 5 was lost on division in Ontario legislation on May 31st, 2023. And whereas the Township of Georgian Bay has faith the Ontario legislature will ensure the protection of municipal government employees across the province. Be it resolved, the township urges the province to show leadership in introducing a bill that protects municipal government employees against harassment and abuse, promotes a psychologically safe workplace, and satisfies the province's concerns that result in the loss of division of Bill 5. And that this resolution be circulated to the Honorable Doug Ford, Premier of Ontario, the Honorable Steve Clark, Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, the Honorable Graydon Smith, Riding Representative of the Parry Sound Muskoka, the Honorable Stephen Blaze, Member of Standing Committee on Justice Policy, the Honorable Charmaine Williams, Associate Minister of Women's Social and Economic Opportunity, the Honorable Monty McNaughton, Minister of Labor, Immigration, Training and Skills Development, and all Ontario municipalities. And that the Township of Georgian Bay encourages all Ontario municipalities to register their support in protecting their employees, enabling them to successfully carry out the province's mandates. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3 in favor. All those against? And that is defeated 4 against 3. And I will state my disappointment and we'll move on. Next item is engineering study for Leduc Lane. Councillor Graziano, please.
Thank you, Mayor. In April 2023, myself, Councillor Bocek, yourself, Mayor, and Mr. Sokash endeavored to visit 110 Leduc Lane as to assess the damage caused by flooding while looking for possible solutions going forward for the road. As the drainage in the area converges into a single culvert that diverts waters through the backyards of its residents on Leduc Lane, the current drainage situation is not sustainable, with the likelihood of future flooding to be high. As such, staff has suggested that an engineering study to examine the possibility for draining from Community Center Road onto properties abutting Leduc Lane. So my resolution is requesting that we engage or provide staff with the ability to engage in an engineering study to review what can be done, if anything, to divert the waters away from the backyards and into culverts and swales that are designed by our township. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Sokash, your comments, please, before I turn it over to council.
Thank you, Your Worship. Prior to submitting this resolution, Councillor Graziano did speak with me about this, and I generally agree with what's proposed in the resolution. The one thing I've kind of come to mind since I spoke with them is I wouldn't mind speaking with the residents first to see if there's an easy alternative that we might be able to put into place to address the drainage. But I'm going to try and undertake speaking with them in the next couple of weeks. And if that's not successful, then I'm happy to put out an RFP. I should note that there aren't any funds allocated for this. So when the report comes to council, it will be requesting a means of funding, probably from the general reserve. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Predko, please.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor, just a question for Mr. Sokach is, I mean, you answered part of it, that the funds aren't already identified in our budget. Do you have any kind of idea what kind of scope of cost we're talking for a study such as this?
Through the mayor, the initial cost, or the biggest portion of the initial cost, I think will be a survey, just to look at what kind of an area is being funneled through this drainage swale. So that, depending on who's available, that could be $5,000 to $10,000. And then on top of that, preparing a couple options, I would expect a consultant to charge between $5,000 and $10,000. So overall, we're probably looking at between $10,000 and $20,000 to get this first step done. Thank you.
Okay, and then just to follow up on that, I know we have, especially on 6 Mile Lake, we have a few areas where there's drainage issues that have been identified. Is there any economy of scale of trying to include any other areas in the same RFP request to look at engineering studies for the same type of flooding potential? Or is that just, are they too dissimilar and the survey costs would make that prohibitive?
Through the mayor, each one is, they're all dissimilar and they each have their own little idiosyncrasies. And I would recommend keeping them separate at this point. Thank you.
Councillor Bochek, please.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Mayor, I think this is an apropos time to address this issue. I've been aware of the issue for some time. Our director of operations, I think, will concur with me that the importance of this is from a liability standpoint as well too. We have residents where the water comes up and goes in their basement windows and in their doors of their houses. And where we find ourselves in a predicament here is most of this water comes off of municipal property, comes off of the Baxter Ward Community Center property, which is municipally owned, and filters down through this neighborhood, overloading the current system that's there, creating these problems. So I support this resolution to have an engineering study done. It would not be of the scope of what we did in McMaster. I don't believe it would be anywhere near that size of project, but at the same time, we are going to be put in a possible liability situation here if we don't act on this. And I think it's a goodwill as well as protecting ourselves on this. So I'll leave it at that.
Mr. Sokach, do you want to comment further?
Through the mayor, the one thing I would add to what Councillor Bochuk said is I think some of the water may be coming from District Road as well. So the cost of any solution hopefully could be shared with the district. I'm stating that as a good news story, not as another area of concern.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a quick question for Brad. So we're looking at two distinct studies in the neighborhood of $10,000. I guess my question, Brad, based on your experience with something like this, what's the fix look like? 100,000, 150,000? Even if we share it with the district, is it a big, do you have any idea of what this might look like? Thank you.
Through the mayor, there could be a fairly straightforward and simple solution that would probably be on the order of $10,000. We may even be able to do the majority of the work on the ground ourselves, and then there would be some legal work. On the other hand, it could be a larger project that consists of building some swales and possibly even blasting some rock. And that would probably be $30,000, $40,000, $50,000.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis, please.
Yeah, I guess a report forthcoming from operations will give us a better idea of the background on this. I'm struggling. Has this been an ongoing issue for many, many years? Because, okay. And I'm struggling with the concept that somebody so far down Leduc Lane is having trouble with runoff from a district road in the Baxter ward. But I think obviously we need more information, or I do anyway. And I would welcome a decent report to give me an idea of what's causing this and why, and then we take it from there. But thank you.
Thank you. I do not pretend to be an engineer. Though I did study it for 4 months once upon a time. But when I walked that area and I looked at it, in my mind, the most vulnerable spot was a door cut into a basement of one home, where they talked about the water rising up a couple of feet against that door and obviously leaking into the basement. And I fully appreciate and understand their concerns, but when I looked at it, I was of the opinion that building a relatively short little berm on their property would actually keep the 90% of the water away from that door. Just the way the lay of the land was, you just had to extend a berm that already exists towards the road. And I think that's something that should be offered immediately, almost regardless of how much study is done or how much rock is blasted or how many pipes or culverts are increased in size or what have you. And so I'm hoping that when Mr. Sokash mentioned there might be some short-term, partial fixes, that he's considering something like that in the short run, because we're dealing about an area where 11 and a half months of the year, or 11 months anyway of the year, everything's fine. It's when you're going to have the spring runoff or an unusually severe rain, which we know those are happening a little more often now than they used to. Those 100-year storms are every couple of years, it seems. So I'm hoping that, if we pass this if we pass this motion, that that doesn't prevent Mr. Sokash from looking at practical and or quick short-term partial fixes, if I can call them that, because I think, that should be part of the whole thing, is looking at how we can assist these homeowners without upsetting the whole neighborhood. Anyway, those are my thoughts. I'm seeing no more hands raised, so I'm going to read the motion, which is moved by Councillor Graziano, seconded by Councillor Bocek. Whereas flooding of resident homes on Leduc Lane has occurred due to current drainage paths, and whereas the possibility of future flooding is high. Now therefore be it resolved that staff be authorized to draft and release an RFP for engineering studies which will address current draining issues while also seeking to address future flood levels. And that staff return to council once the RFP period concludes, presenting through a report the outcomes of the RFP for council's further direction. Councillor Cooper.
I think based on the thumbs up I heard from Brad about your suggestion, I'm wondering if rather than just preparing an RFP, maybe we need Brad to take another look at this from the perspective of finding a practical solution before we spend 20, 15 or 20,000 or 10,000 on engineering studies. So I just thought that might be a way of a friendly amendment, shall we say, as opposed to just having this, we have to have the studies.
Mr. Sokash, I saw your hand.
Thank you, Your Worship. Unfortunately, at the end of the day, I think we're going to need part of these engineering studies regardless of the solution. If it's the one that Councillor Couture was referring to, blocking off the flow of the water is part of it, but establishing a legal conveyance mechanism for the township over private property is another part of it. To get to that point, we're going to have to, I believe, demonstrate through modeling that the even in 100 or 200-year storms, we're not going to be impacting private property. So I don't, whether it's the engineering part is deferred or not. I think we're going to have to do it either way, and the sooner we get it over with, the better.
A question for you with your comment of not affecting private property, but if I understand it correctly, portions of the private property were in, I'll call it flood zones in the past, just not anywhere near as severe as it. So would part of the solution possibly include still some waters going over that, I'll call it the low sections in these folks' backyard, and while other waters piped away?
Your worship, I would prefer to have that discussion in private, as opposed to, I'm not trying to hide anything. It's just we're getting into a lot of different consequences of different options, and I don't want to be getting anybody unreasonably concerned.
I apologize for getting to details. We're not doing that at council. And my final question then, do you need an extra sentence in here to look at the short-term practical solutions while the study's getting done?
Through the mayor, if it makes you feel comfortable putting it in, that's fine. I'm going to do it either way because I think it makes sense.
Well, then I think I'll just let the motion stand as read, and then I'm going to call all those in favor. And that is carried. Thank you. Staff reports. Councilor Graziano, please.
Yeah, thank you. And council, appreciate your patience here. Two of these matters before you today were actually dedicated or drafted for Cow, and with the cancellation of Cow this month, or the clerk was nice enough to merge these into today's agenda. So I do apologize for the 4 consecutive motions on my behalf in advance. This one was due to go to Cow. Essentially, you know, as many, if not all, municipalities receive reports from staff as we do, which seeks to address circumstances in which staff's recommendations or analyses are required. Within these reports are sections titled considerations, specifically at the bottom, which are outlined by staff in which council or committees of council should factor into their decisions. As a key priority to GB Township, impacts to our waterways and environment should be considered priority to any decision. And we've discussed that here today, specifically on strategic planning, amongst other things. The inclusion of information as a consideration within future staff reports may assist councillors to understand the impacts of their decisions on the environment. This information may also include CO2 emissions and footprints. Additionally, GB Township's exposure to any form of liability may change the calculus of our decisions for or against the matter. As such, liability considerations could also be included in future reports. Now, the intent here is really to have a statically defined section for environment and liability at the end of all reports. If there's no liability considerations, then of course it would say nil. If there's impacts to the environment, of course, it would be disclosed in those sections as well. It's really just giving us a little bit more information for us to better make a decision on. And that is it. Thank you.
Is there any member of staff who wishes to respond to this before I turn it over to council? Oh, sorry. I'm looking up here. Go ahead, please.
The only problem, I don't seem to be logged in, so it's okay. It's okay. Thanks. Sorry, it's my fault. I was busy doing this. Okay, so in our reports right now, we do have the 5 priorities from our previous strategic plan that get ticked off. And then also we have every milestone that the local climate action plan has for us. And so there's a drop down menu when we do our reports that let you know whether or not it's relevant to greenhouse gas emissions or whether or not it's an environmental concern. And I believe that there are 16 of them in there, and then council narrows it down and puts them in the reports. So they're there. We narrow it down and then provide it to you. Yeah. Yeah, they're there.
Thank you. Councillor Bocek.
I must not be reading the reports correctly. Through you, Mr. Mayor. At the district level, when there's a resolution brought forward to council, there's always at the bottom of the resolution, the effects on the Indigenous community, the effects to climate action, the effects to anything that it could affect our decision. So perhaps it's there and there's check boxes there. But I don't think it's getting to my reports in the fashion that you're thinking it does, because I always look at a resolution on how is this going to affect, the 10 things I consider to be key points in my way of thinking. But I would like to see it on the reports stating that our decision on this resolution does not negatively impact, and a list of the things that it doesn't impact. And if it does impact something, let us know. That's my comments. And perhaps I don't dig that far. Maybe I stopped reading before the end of the report, but I don't remember seeing a lot of that in the reports.
Ms. Schneider.
Through your worship, it would be under the report supported by strategic plan, and then there's protect and preserve our environment, transparency with government, municipal fiscal responsibility, sustainable and responsible development, well-managed infrastructure. And then right below it is the climate action plan. And then we identify the item in there.
I suspect, if I may, that part of the trouble is that those things you listed, it's a check mark.
That's correct.
As opposed to a comment. And
we could put
I
comments
think part of what this is asking for is to, if I may, expand upon that check mark or lack of check mark. I'm also wondering, I'm stepping out of turn here perhaps, but I'm going to do it anyway. I'm also wondering if this should be attached to the strategic planning work that we're doing right now, so that when we finalize that in the next month or two, that all reports do reflect what we set as priorities in our strategic plan, one way or another. Madam Clerk. Oh, okay. CEO somebody speak. CEO Mariotti.
I'm sure Clerk Way will fill in any pieces that I'm going to be missing here, but absolutely. Once we have the updated strategic plan that's set in stone, then what we will do as staff is we will review our reports and update the formatting of the reports to make it look a little fresher and cleaner. So if there are any reports that may have an impact in terms of greenhouse gases or may improve greenhouse gases or CO2 emissions, I know that staff do make mention of that. There's going to be a report that you'll be hearing, Mr. Sokash talking about life rings, for example. Well, there is no impact on GHG emissions regarding whether we put life rings out at our launches or not, which is why we don't talk about that. However, going back to the liability perspective, as council knows, we try and be very careful, because we're the soft underbelly of any litigation. We do always factor in mind any liability issues, which again you'll see in Mr. Sokash's report. But I think just to summarize, let us get through the strategic plan. Let's set that in stone for the next term, and then we will bring up for council's approval a modified version of a staff report, because in the background then the clerk's department has to set up the whole formatting for the new report. So it's not an easy fix, because we have to use a third-party provider to make the changes for us. Thank you.
Clerk, wait, did he miss anything that you wanted to say?
I don't believe so. I understand what council's asking for. I think some of the details are maybe hidden in the analysis section right now and not, clearly identified in their own section. So, I mean, that's easy enough for us to do. The strategic plan, again, we were looking at revamping that anyways, so I think that makes sense. Depending on what we change, it may be tied back to the procedural bylaw, but most of this just sounds more like a templating kind of concern. But again, we'd like to wait until the strategic plan is finalized, so we can make those changes all at once.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Graziano.
Yes, it's good to see that great minds think alike then. I'm happy to refer this back to staff if in the event that they are going to be revising the template, and allow them to present a new fresh template to us.
Councilor Hazelton, your hand went up, but also now down. Council, how about we refer this back to staff? All those in favor? Or was it another question there? Or okay, Council. All right. Consider that referred. Thank you. Temporary speed hump replacement. Councilor Graziano.
Yes, thank you. Moving along. On On a seasonal basis, township staff install and remove speed bumps along Lynx Trail in Oak Bay, which are designed to reduce speeds from transient visitors and patrons of the Oak Bay Golf Course and who may not be concerned with speeding through a high-density active community. The current speed bumps are very effective in achieving their intended goals. However, for many full-time residents of Oak Bay, the bumps are quite harmful to their vehicles when traveled over multiple times a day. In most major cities, humps with a more gradual slope are installed rather than a bump that may have a high impact over time. And so the request here is whether staff could investigate and recommend any perhaps swaps whereby we could look at a little bit more of a gradual slope, thereby not impacting homeowners' cars as much as perhaps transient visitors, but at the same time looking at also ways that maybe we can reallocate the speed bumps to different areas. And I know Kings Farm Road has always been advocating for speed bumps, and perhaps these speed bumps might be beneficially repurposed over there as well. So just a thought, but really just pushing this back to staff to see what can be done, if anything.
Thank you. Staff, any staff would like to respond before I go to council?
Through the mayor, I'm happy to look at the costs and the different designs that are available and bring it back, as well as any other traffic calming solutions that might seem applicable.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis.
I'm an occasional user of that road. I think once a year when I go to collect golf balls off the course, or well, usually collect. Yeah. Anyway, I seem to recall bottoming out one of those bumps, so I think they're achieving their purpose, which was to slow cars down. What I don't understand is if they're achieving the purpose that they were intended for, then why are the locals upset about this unless they're going too fast in the first place on their own roads where they want people driving slower? So I'm having a little bit of trouble with this one. If they want a modified speed bump, then they'll want people to modify their speeds, presumably upwards. And so I'm kind of finding myself grappling with this. I appreciate Brad's thoughts on bringing something back to council, but I think maybe the residents of Lynx Trail should reconsider their issue and see that the success of those bumps is the way they've been built in the first place. Anyway, yeah, my 2 cents.
Thank you. Councillor Bocheck.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I concur with Councillor Graziano and the people of Oak Bay. In my Dodge 250, I don't have an issue. I tore the front lower dam off my wife's Tucson on that bump, driving very slow, creeping over it. I think this is a bigger matter. As we all know, that we were supposed to take a lot of the traffic off of that road with the second entrance coming in off of Willow Lanes, and that has been in a stall fashion forever at the district level. And I don't even know if we're going to ever achieve it, but part of the subdivision agreement with the District of Muskoka was to allow what is currently an emergency access point to become a permanent access point to the residential area, which would take the majority of the traffic from golfers off of Lynx Trail. I support this. I think the amount that we can recapture from gov deals or from another neighborhood, selling the old ones and putting in ones that are a little more gradual slope would take care of the traffic speed problem as well as any damage that's going to be caused by these. We got to remember, this is no longer a private road. This is a municipal road, and the township is going to be held accountable for damages caused by anything that we do. So I think it's a very cheap solution to a very big problem, but the bigger problem is the access to the golf course. Thank you.
Well, I suggest that we do not get into that discussion of access because it's not on. And I'm not seeing any other. I mean, you know, the suggested motion is what I would call a mild motion. What I mean by that, we're asking staff to consider options and to report back to us their suggestions and recommendations. So we're just asking staff to look into it. which Mr. Sokash has already said he's quite willing to do. So, I mean, we can go ahead and pass it or refer it, but I think, and it ties in very nicely, but in at least my brain with the next one, the next motion in front of us. Because it's all about trying to control speed in different locations where we know people are driving with a certain enthusiasm, shall we say? And I really do question ripping off part of your car's underbelly. I didn't think that speed bump was that high. It's sharp, but I didn't think it was that high. But anyway, having said that, any other discussion on this? All right, I moved by Councillor Graziano, seconded by Councillor Bocek. Be it resolved, the staff consider options for replacing Oak Bay speed bumps to temporary humps with a more gradual slope. And the staff return back to council with a report outlining their suggestions and recommendations. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. And Councillor Graziano.
Yes, thank you, your worship. Final one for everyone today. The Port Severn North Corridor has current posted speed of 50 kilometers per hour. Unfortunately, many motorists speed through the area averaging roughly between 70 kilometers and 80 kilometers an hour on any given day. I've witnessed this many times myself. With the Tesla charging station, Sunnylee Resort, Christie Mills, Driftwood Cafe, and many other commercial businesses whose patrons may also enjoy a leisurely walk along Port Severn Road, reducing speeds through the reduction of the posted limit and educating motorists on their current speeds may help to foster and support an ever-growing active lifestyle community while keeping our community safe for potential vehicles. So essentially what I'm proposing here today is that we look at reducing the speed and allow staff to present that back to us. Two, that we also look at the costs of installing speed signs in both directions. So this way motorists are aware of their speeds. And then lastly, or digital speed signs rather. And then lastly, we also look at perhaps painting, if possible, on the north shoulder, a active symbol such as a bicycle or pedestrian. So motorists are aware that this is a highly frequented walking area. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Sokash.
Thank you, your worship. This is a district road, even though it's a really short stretch. So I would respectfully suggest that the resolution be forwarded on to the district, or that the direction be that I take the resolution and discuss it with the district. Thank you.
Do you have a preference, Mr. Sokash?
My preference is always to do less work and that it be forwarded on to the district directly.
I suspected so, but I thought it was appropriate for me to ask. Councillor Bocek, please.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Mayor, this has been an ongoing topic for a number of years. And basically as a result of, you have people doing 120 kilometers going up the 400 highway and they get off at the exit. And they still are in that mode where they want to go 120 kilometers an hour, or coming up Honey Harbor Road. You know, there is a point where you have to slow down. We know that the MTO through the Highway 400 covers a lot of this road from that intersection moving up. We can tell that by the way they plow it, and Parks Canada from the dam coming down towards this road. So it is a short portion of road that needs to be controlled. I was unaware that this portion was a district road. I know Muskoka Road number 5 is, but I was unaware that that little piece going up towards Parks Canada was also a district road. So anything that we move forward with here as far as a resolution, I think should be sent to the district and show the district that council supports the motion to reduce the speed. I think that would go a long ways. Thank you.
Councillor Jarvis, please.
Yeah, I think that anytime that you can slow down traffic and that type of what I would call a tourist area is probably a good bet. And quite frankly, I need to slow down just to look to see what kind of floating houses are being built at that marina en route. So you got to be going slow to do that. I would be highly in favor of reducing that speed limit significantly. Painting pictures of flattened bicycles or flattened pedestrians on the side of the road is probably encouraging people to speed up, but I know those are relevant ways of demarcating activity lanes. But yeah, if we can go to district and recommend a reduction in speed, I think that's a great idea.
Councilors Graziano and Bocek, would you consider a friendly amendment if I took the first sign, say, be it resolved that district prepare a report as opposed to staff?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
any other discussion? I moved by Councilor Graziano, second by Councilor Bocek. Be it resolved that district prepare a report to council. Can we say that or do we? Okay, I knew that. The clerk request. No, we tried demand the other week and we were told not, that we request
Or else.
district to prepare a report to council with options to reduce speed between Port Severn Park and Lock 45. And that staff also include within the report costs associated with installing digital speed signs in both directions on Port Severn Road North. And staff also consider including the costs of painting live activity symbols to the paved shoulder on the north side of Port Severn Road North between the same 2 points. Any further discussion? All in favor? And that is passed. All right, thank you. Next on our agenda is the bylaw. So we have moved by Councillor Cooper, seconded by Councillor Bocek. Be it resolved the canal. Let me try that again. Be it resolved that council enact bylaw 2023-054 being the 2023 final tax rate. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. You may.
I would just like to draw to all of our council's attention. In the chart here, we have from the District of Muskoka, a solid waste number. Yes, it has some variations based on property class, but to translate, that is how the district recovers 100% of all the costs that they incur and surcharges that they apply to waste management, and our township's residents pay that through that levy, that mill rate. So I want us to be very clear that there is never anything coming from the district for free. They always just roll it right back to us in that mill rate. And we are always paying, our residents are always paying, and it's crystal clear in this little chart. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, council. Next on our agenda is going into closed session. Before we do that, just in case you're far too talkative, Ms. Waya suggested that we have a motion to extend past 4:30, which I sincerely hope we don't, but just in case we do within closed, we'd be covered. So I have moved by Councillor Cooper because he had this great expression on his face for a moment, and seconded by Councillor Cooper. I'm just making this up because I can. Be it resolved that council extends past 4:30 PM, but no later than 6 PM. All those in favor? Oh, there's reluctant hands, but it's to make our clerk happy, and that's important. And now for the longest motion of the day, not in discussion time, but in words. Moved by Councillor Graziano, seconded by Councillor Cooper, where section 239(2) of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended provides authority for councils of municipalities to close a meeting or parts of a meeting to the public if the subject matter pertains to a matter identified in section 239(2). And whereas the council of the Township of Georgian Bay deems it necessary to close this portion of the meeting in order to address matters under the following sections of 239(2). Council closed minutes of May 8th, 2023. Legal files listing. McMaster Arena Advisory Committee appointments. And Sustainable Communities Advisory Group. Now be it resolved that council of the Township of Georgian Bay moves into a closed session of council at 2:10 PM. All those in favor? And that is carried, and we are changing locations. Thank you. That means we sign out of this one, or we just leave it on? rise from closed session at 2:52 PM. All those in favor? That is carried. Moved by Counselor Jarvis, seconded by Counselor Hazelton. Be it resolved, the council adopts the May 8th and 9th, 2023 closed council minutes as circulated. All those in favor? And that is carried. Moved by Counselor Predko, seconded by Counselor Bocheck. Be it resolved, the council receives the Sustainable Communities Advisory Group closed report for information. All those in favor? And that is carried. Moved by Counselor Bocheck, seconded by Counselor Predko. Be it resolved, the council adopts bylaw 2023-055 to concern the proceedings of the June 5, 2023 council meeting. All those in favor? And that is carried. Moved by Counselor Cooper, second by Counselor Graziano. Be it resolved, the council does now adjourn at 2:53 PM until June 6, 2023 at 2 PM. That's tomorrow. Or at the call of the chair. All those in favor? And that is carried. All right, and we are now done.